Matthew, are you? Right, I think we're going to make a start. Can everybody hear me back? Good. Well, welcome everybody. It's my pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of WITS University, the Kruger to Canyons Biosphere Region, South African Environmental Observation Network, to this, the first, hopefully not the last, Science for Society Symposium. We have a wonderfully diverse audience here today. We've got representatives from various traditional authorities, from local government, parastatals, NGOs, CBOs, and research and higher education institutions. I'm going to mention all of the organizations. Researchers are at communicating with scientific audiences. We're very good at communicating our science to each other, but not so good at communicating our research to society. And yet society are amongst our biggest stakeholders, and so we need to address that. And this means that very often there's a general lack of awareness of the research that is going on in our landscape and of some of the important implications of this research for society and for conservation and for human well-being. I don't know if you know it, but this week is National Science Week. And the theme this year is transforming lives through evidence-based research. But I think research is unlikely to transform lives if it's not accessible. You can use the evidence to make a change. And so this symposium is one small step in the direction of trying to address that gap. One of the key roles of the WITS Rural Knowledge Hub, which I head here at the WITS Rural Campus, is knowledge brokerage, which is acting as a bridge between science and society. And so it's my great pleasure to be able to co-host this symposium along with our partners, K2C and Citezen. And we're also really excited to be able to have this event filmed and live streamed by Painted Dog TV. We thank them very much. And a great thank you to Conservation Southern Africa, who've also made this possible. So folks, we have 24 talks to get through. It's been fantastic, the response. 24 talks arranged into 4 thematic sessions. And these will be presented by speakers from a wide range of institutions. What we're doing, and what the implications and the significance of our research is. What are the key insights from our research? And to give you as stakeholders an opportunity to also ask questions, interact and reflect on our research and the findings we present. We can't go into detail of all of the aspects of our findings, but I've encouraged the researchers to stick to 5 slides, 5 to 7 minute presentations, focusing on what they think is the most important thing that they want you to remember when you leave this hall. And hopefully we succeed in that. And I must say, speaking as a researcher, it's far more daunting putting together a 50-slide presentation. It stretches our capacity to really distill the key messages. So let's see how we do. You'll have to score us by the end of today. But we've got a full program to get through. The session chairs will put up when you've reached 5 minutes. When you're at 7 minutes, they're going to put a sign saying time up. When you've reached 8 or 9 minutes, you're going to be gently nudged off the stage and quietly taken to your seat. No, I'm joking, but please, there won't be time for any questions if you certainly exceed your 7-minute slot, so please try and stick to time. And finally, there are feedback forms in front of you, So please fill these in. It would be great to get your feedback by the end of today. There will be a box as you leave the room where you can put your feedback forms, because we'd love to know how we could improve this, certainly if we're going to plan to have this as a regular event. Just a few housekeeping notes. For those of you who have never been to WITS Rural Campus before, the restrooms, the toilets are at the entrance as you came in your reception, and there are also a number at the pool deck just outside to my right. So either those two destinations. Please put your cell phones onto silent or onto airplane mode so that we don't get disturbed. And beyond that, I don't think there are any other announcements to make. So enjoy today, interact, and I hope that you enjoy this symposium that we've put together for you, and we'd love to hear from you whether you think we should make this a regular occurrence. So thank you very much, and I'm going to start our first session. So the first session is focusing on conservation and local communities, and our first presenter is Dimakatso from K2C. She's going to be talking about informal markets, opportunities for inclusive biomass value chains. So Dimakatso, over to you.
Okay, while he's doing that, morning everyone. I'm Dimakatso Nonyane, representing the Kruger to Canyons Biosphere. So I'm here to share with you a preliminary research or study that we conducted with our citizen science monitors. So the aim of our study, we were trying to understand the informal economy, especially around the value chains, around alien invasive biomass. And we believe that it's a crucial gap to explore potential value chains within the restorations that we are doing in the K2C. So we developed questionnaires with our citizen science monitors. They came into the office for a mini training. We identified wood harvesters that are residing in the villages where we work in, around Welang, Muloro, in the Green Valley area. And through their consent, that's when we engaged in the questionnaires. They asked them a couple of questions, and also those who agreed to form part of the focus group discussions, we later had a mini group where everyone was able to come and share their experience and their challenges around the value chain stuff. So the key results that came up, we had a few, but I'm just going to select a few that were very important. So the study showed that alien invasive plant value chain already exists because a lot of these Green Valley communities depend on these for their livestock. So they go into the forest, they harvest poles, the gum poles, and pines for construction purposes, and some they sell to the big mining companies. But what we found is that they leave out the offcuts, and those can be utilized to create value chains in our formal sector. Some of those value chains we are trying to test include biochar, wood vinegar, and wood chips. So far we have managed to have training on how to produce biochar and how to come up with wood chips through these alien invasive biomass. So we believe that turning this biomass from an environmental threat, because when they are left in the field, they become a hazard. In case of fire, they can accelerate fires and damage the environment. We would like to turn them into a valuable resource that will contribute into the sustainability of the restoration projects, while also contributing to the circular economy within the Green Valley area. Thank you. I hope I'm on time.
So Dimakatso used her time so well that I'm going to ask you if there's anything else that she left out that you'd like to add.
No, I was just running through so that you can see what we've done, and it's always the difficult thing to be the first one because you have to set the pace. But I welcome whatever questions that you may have around this research or study that we conducted. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? We've got a roving mic.
Good morning. This is, to me, it sounds like a very a good research that you've done, but you should have probably, I would have loved to go more in details, because to me, if it's informal markets, and what is the benefits as well from the community, if you have discovered some of the things like that, in terms of now benefits in terms of business and stuff like that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the benefit for the community is that they are already doing it. The communities are harvesting for their own sale. Whatever that is left of, that's where we are trying to come in, maybe buy some of the leftovers for making the biochar and the wood chips. So, and that would also encourage them to start their own SMMEs, where they are struggling to sell some of the poles, then the K2C comes in, and then we buy those, and then we create the wood chips and the biochar.
Thanks very much. The actual harvesting takes place on what land, and how sustainable is the creation of small businesses around something that's a resource that relates to alien invasives? I mean, is there replanting that's taking place, or is it just removal?
So this research took place in Maripskop. It's the Lowveld plantation. As most of you may know, Maripskop is declared a nature reserve. So some of those pines are bound to be removed, all of them, in order for our biodiversity and our water security. But there are some portions that are going to be left for the informal market so that they can sustain their livelihood. So on the areas where it's the critical water source areas, we would like to come in with our restoration teams to apply herbicides so that nothing can grow there anymore, where else we are leaving out a portion that can sustainably support our local communities. Thank you.
Thanks for the talk. I was just wondering, if you're doing the wood chipping, you will need some investment into technology or technology transfer.
So we are partnering with Conservation South Africa for all the technology, and we also are in the process of appointing a consultant that will help us with all the technology stuff. Thank you. Thank you.
Well done, Dimokatsu. So our next speaker is Vusi, also from Kruger to Canyons Biosphere. He'll be speaking about human-wildlife conflict.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks, Prof. Wayne. Yeah, like you've indicated, it's very difficult to try and speak for 5 minutes and do 5 slides about something you're very passionate about. I was tempted to add more slides and just do pictures because it's also easier to present stuff where you can actually see, but I will try and dive right deep in. So the problem that we are trying to deal with here is looking at 5 points. Actually, I'll add a 6th one there. The first one is the increase of human-wildlife conflict and illegal wildlife trade in the greater Kruger landscape. And the second one was the lack of knowledge on incident reporting procedures. Whenever animals come out, we'd realize that in our communities, people have got different options to call. It's either the nearest NGO that they know, it's Sand Parks or the ranger that is the closest reserve or the private reserve. And sometimes people do not even have the contacts of the relevant people to call, or don't even know what to do. They take the law into their own hand, kill a leopard that's trying to kill their goats, then tomorrow they get arrested, and then they have grievances against conservation who people believe they were in the right by trying to protect their livestock. And then the third one was the lack of resources and power to respond to incidences. For those of you that don't know, the mandated authorities to respond to human-wildlife conflict or any damage-causing animals that leave a reserve is provincial authorities. So in Limpopo, that will be Lidet. In Mpumalanga, that will be MTPA. But government, as you know, they have resource problems. So they don't have enough vehicles, and most of the time not enough manpower to respond. And then with petrol, they're only limited to 1,500 kilometers that they can travel in a month. And that includes false reporting, where somebody says that, I think we've got a lion in our community, and halfway you're there, they say, no, somebody did not identify the track well, it's a leopard, and by the time they get there, it's not a leopard, it was a farmer walking with his dog. So, and then that's wasted kilos of traveling, so trying to assist with stuff like that. And then the fourth one was capacity around mitigations, to say, how can we prevent these animals from coming out and eating our livestock or damaging our crops or even endangering a human life. And then the last one was fence theft and snaring. Yesterday we just came back from doing a site visit in Palau Beni, and when we were there, Palau Beni has two reserves next to them. The first one is Letaba Range, the other one is Kruger National Park. The Letaba Range fence is 19 kilometers where there is no fence, and it's a big 5 reserve open to the community. Literally, there was small bits of fence that was there, but when we went yesterday, it was clean. There was nothing, not even a pole standing. But when you go to the Kruger National Park side, the fence is also fallen, like very bad for the most parts, because they usually have thick elephant cables that used to hold the fence up. Even when elephants push them over to go out, the fence still comes back up. But people have also stolen the elephant cables because they can make more snares out of that. So most of the places where the elephants have pushed, the fence is literally down. And when we were there yesterday, you could see presence of not just bulls, but breeding heads that are going into the community. Some of the methods and the stuff that we have done since we started this program, actually just one last picture that I wanted to talk about. If you look at the picture on the background, that's the fence on the ground. That was Palau Beni fence, and that's cattle going to graze inside the reserve. So you're also having zoonotic diseases that are taking place. Just last month, we just got feedback yesterday, 2 people were killed in that reserve, one from buffalo, the other one from, it was a 12-year-old boy from Enyala. So the methods that we've done, we've gone into 5 different communities which we have identified as our human-wildlife conflict hotspots. We've got 2 in Limpopo, one is in Palau Beni, the other one is in Finale by the Ox. The 3 is in Mpumalanga, where we have Welverdiend, and then we have Utah and Dixie. And just a quick background on those communities is that Palau Beni's got the highest rate of buffalo and elephant conflict. They're almost killing elephants weekly, if not bi-weekly. And then in Finale, on a normal week, they are the illegal wildlife trade. They are collecting about 40 impalas, normal standard, but on a successful rate, they are doing close to about 200 impalas a week. And then you've got Welverdiend, this side, that has got more projects than any other community, but yet the environmental issues are increasing, which shows us that putting money and projects into stuff does not always mean that it will get resolved. So we went and did a situational analysis to understand what species, what are the challenges. The second one, we wanted to do a fence survey to double check on how far are the fences, what's the status of the fence. We did incident mappings on where they occur, is it the same place or not, why animals going out. We did a communication and reporting tool where most of the NGOs and mandated authorities working around human-wildlife conflict could come together, share ideas, and also do a reporting tool that we're able to share with communities on how to report, who to report to, and how to handle incidences. we did a desktop research on mitigations and compensation in Africa, because South Africa is the only country where all our reserves are fully fenced. So how are other countries without fences dealing with this? And then we have a safe system research tool, which takes 3 days that you spend with each community. On the last day, you do an action plan, which helps us solve those challenges. And then the last one, as seen in the picture, we do community and stakeholder engagement with partners. That was a trip that we did with the Mnisi Tribal Authority into Manyeliti, where the topic was human-wildlife conflict, and different institutions came to that. The result of that is we've got an information booklet that we've designed. That's how it looks like. That's the English version. We've translated it into Tsonga as well, and we are looking at doing the Spedi translation as well. We have a human-wildlife conflict video, safe system action plan, which talks about also looking into the legal access to game meat, so people must not depend on the illegal systems. The livelihood activities, I will talk on my closing slide, and then capacity building workshops with partners, and people like Elephant Alive are also helping us to come up with mitigations that communities can use. And in closing, some take-home messages is, for all our environmental issues that we have identified, we've realized that the solutions are not environmental. They actually become social and economical. So once you solve the social and the economical, then you're not having the impact that you're having on the environment. Then the second one is that policies and protocols, like Prof actually started saying, is that, or that we're using as our guiding tools, are not known by non-scientists or the affected people. And the last point is that feedback loops by researchers and data collectors are key, but they do not usually make their way back into the communities. Thank you.
Well done, Vusi, for sticking to 7 minutes on the dot. I didn't have to carry you off the stage. Well done. Thank you very much. So any questions? Maybe you can take 1 or 2 questions. Far away. Let's just get you a mic.
Thank you. My question is on human and wildlife conflicts. So my question to you is, what were the key messages that came out of those stakeholder engagements? Because I know there are a lot of power dynamics and issues that are at play. That's my question.
Instead of giving you the key messages, I'll give you the key actions. We're now collaborating to solve it. That's the quick and short answer of it. So we're now bringing all our different expertise, our different manpowers to even reporting. For example, Conservation South Africa works very closely with livestock farmers. If there's any livestock that's being killed, we might get information firsthand from them that side quicker than finding something on social media. Then you've got organizations like Endangered Wildlife Trust that have got a carnivore program. They even go and capture carnivores, and they know some of the collared animals. They bring in the expertise. Elephant Alive is one of the people that also know that you can plant chilies and do beehive fencing on your crops to prevent elephants from coming. So we are all putting our informations together to respond to that. The reports from the safe systems that we did in the different communities are 16 pages long with different key messages that came from there. So I can share that with you.
So staying on the theme of damage-causing animals, and elephants in particular, the next speaker is, well, in fact, Michelle Henley is unfortunately not able to be with us today. She's unwell, but her colleague, Tinyiko, will be speaking, remembering the wisdom of elders and Dlopfu Gogos. So, Tinyiko, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tinyiko Masia from Elephants Alive. I am here to tell you about the Ndlovu Gogo program, which is remembering the wisdom of the elders. Why are we running this program? It's because of the increased human elephant outside the protected areas due to expanding elephant and human population in the southern state. And the second one is the lack of resources to ensure positive interaction with elephants gender inequality to patriarchal societies, vulnerability of the elderly, who are the backbone of the society. The dignity and the importance of the elders is threatened by the urbanization. Their role needs to be recognized in the rural society. The wise meeting the wise. The wise are the human matriarchs and the elephant matriarchs. At this point, this is where elephants are introduced to human. Here we take our grandmothers to the field where we teach them about how we track our elephants using our devices. We also teach them the importance of the leaderships of the Gogos, which is parallel to elephants. So during our camps or our trekking, we have the booklets where we teach our grannies according to them. Inside those booklets, there's more information about elephants' behavior. To mention but few, you can see that there is similarities between the elephants and human society, the role of elephants as gardeners, and nutrient cycle. We teach them that elephants are also similar to human because a female elephant is the one leading the herd, so does people. In our areas, our grandmothers are the one leading the families. Elephants also have diets like people. An elephant also deposit, according to science, elephant deposit 150 kilograms of dung a day, which consists of nutrients inside and also seeds that the elephant also plant. When the elephant pushes a tree, it also replace it with more than 5 from one dung. So in there, at the end of the camps, we also give our grannies the sponsored bags of love full of cosmetics, the booklets that they give to their grandchildren, the Fugogo bracelets, just to remember the event. And we also care for our grannies. Elephants Alive also finance Tlokomela for our grannies to go and consult on a monthly basis because we care for their well-being as well. So while they are at the clinic, we don't let our grannies starve. We also cook for them so that they don't worry about their stomach. Okay, I'll quickly go to the statistics. We have 65 Gogos, 5 chiefs, 5 children taken on a trekking day. We have 91 grannies on a 3-day camp, which we hold it at Kruger camp. And we have 5 children, 5 chiefs from the communities with high human-elephant conflicts, which is Finale, Palaubeni, Velveteen, Dixie, and Utah. We have 5 Gogos, 5 grandchildren taken on an elephant collaring just to show them how we install the collar on the elephant that we're trekking. We have 14 literate Gogos who got the iPads in collaboration with Go, 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 Go. And this was done in February this year. And after that workshop, they all graduated, they got the certificates and the iPads. We have 2 beehives erected in the community to help with the pollination of garden and honey production. 145 Gogos taken on a clinic visit as holistic approach to health. We have distributed 126 educational booklets, 62 bags of love, 101 Lofugogo bracelets, and 52 blankets and hats. At the end of the program, every Gogo is so happy, doesn't even want to go back home. They wish we can extend their stay because when they are there, they bring back the memories of Ubuntu and they love being there. I thank you.
Thank you to Nico. And I think this really emphasizes the point of different types of knowledge, and this has even taken it even beyond scientific versus indigenous knowledge, even to knowledge of other species. So it's really interesting the way you integrated the different knowledge systems. Any questions for Tinyiko? One at the back.
Good morning. I would like to find out if the knowledge that you've gathered from the gogos is published anywhere, or what do you do with the intrinsic knowledge that you're reaping from this program?
Thank you for that question. Any knowledge as yet, because we still have to consult with different people, even from the gogo herself. Thank you.
Was there any type of sharing between you guys and the community regarding to what you were doing? I'm asking this because I think there was a way in the olden days before any other with animals. So the other side had more information and bringing more of the data to you. So was there any other research that was done on how we used to live with the animals for you to actually understand that as well? There might be a different curve to it.
Thank you. Yeah, we also learn from them. We teach them the technical way of research, and they tell us the way they were living before. And some of the grannies have never seen these elephants in their ages until they reach 60, but they know other animals. So we share this information and we note everything. I don't know if I've replied correctly.
Well done. Thank you. So our next speaker is Leon Reynolds. He's going to be talking about the science behind monitoring of efficient fuel cook stoves. And he's from the K2C.
Morning, everyone. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about our project, which is a cook stove distribution project. So the problem that we identified is the harvesting of firewood and the amount of firewood that's being used in the landscape. So people were generally cooking on open fires, which have a really low efficiency of between 10 and 15%. So our solution was to switch these with improved cook stoves, which have an efficiency of between 35 and 40%. So we monitor this, and this higher efficiency gives us our savings in wood. So we monitor it to check how much wood we're saving. So we start off with the baseline study in each area before we go in to find out how much wood is being used with open fires. We go out and we do 300 kitchen performance tests at households. So a kitchen performance test is we go every day and we weigh how much wood there is at the household. Then we go back the next day at the same time and weigh it again to see how much they've used. After that, once we have our baseline, we have a sensitization process, and then we start our distribution where we give cook stoves out to households. Then we move on to our monitoring and evaluation. We have 4 monitoring teams that go back to villages, post-sensitization, engage with communities, find out, get feedback from them, go back to households, see how regularly they're using the stoves, do they like them, and then we have our audits. So every 6 months we go back to households randomly selected in the area, and we do the KPTs, kitchen performances, tests again to see how much wood our stoves are saving. So once we've done these audits, they go through to a validation and verification body which audits our findings. And once we've done that, there's a report that's sent through to the standards registry for approval, and then we get a carbon credit issuance, which helps to fund our projects. So the key result is we've distributed more than 403,000 cook stoves in the Kruger, Canyon and Wellbeing biospheres. Just to put that into context, if we stacked them on top of each other, it would be a tower about 92 kilometers high. And we have an estimated emissions reductions of about 1,350,000 tons to date. And then, yeah, so for me, the biggest take-home message is the impact this is having and responsible resource use to encourage people to use wood wisely, use more efficient things. And then, of course, there are the spin-off benefits. There are a number of other projects that have been identified that we could possibly invest in, and various other issues in the landscape. And of course, then the relationship that K2C has built with communities because of this, and this constant engagement with communities and households. Thank you.
Thank you, Leon. Are there any questions? And while we wait, I'm going to actually ask a question. So you pointed to the Fuelwood saving and lower carbon emissions. Do you have a sense of the health benefits in terms of less particulate pollution for women who are exposed to the smoke? Are these fuel efficient stoves also cleaner in their burning?
Yeah, so the stoves definitely burn cleaner, so there are the health benefits. There's less smoke in the cooking areas. So we did do emissions tests on the stoves. They were done in Johannesburg, and I actually met somebody who was there when they did the testing the other day from USAID, who said that the results were the emissions from the stove were actually cleaner than the ambient air around. Yeah.
Any other questions for Leon? Question at the back? Oh, sorry.
Hi. Is it on? Oh, there we go. Sorry. Who's purchasing your carbon credits? That's very interesting.
I'm not sure I'm allowed to disclose.
Okay, cool.
Thanks for the presentation, Leon. That was very interesting. Often in a rural setting, there's a ritual around cooking over fire, and often cultural beliefs around cooking over a fire and using a fire in the household. Have you found that many of the households prefer to just cook as they usually would on an open fire?
Yes, so with our monitoring results, we have found that people still use open fires. So we've had to discount our emissions quite a bit because they still use open fires. And of course, all South Africans do. I like to braai on a Saturday as well. So.
Thank you. Good morning. The stoves, my name is Orishas from Bushbuckridge, local municipality.
Yes.
So recently we went to a forum, Nhlazeni District Forum. It's a forum where all the municipalities in the district come up and discuss environmental issues and all of that. So this question, in the forum we also have councillors. So when I think K2C was making a presentation on the stove, or it was on the program, but there were some problems around the presentation. I think they couldn't come through. The councillors, mostly from Bushbuckridge, were interested in this project. I think, I'm not sure how far it was rolled out in Bushbuckridge, but I think there were areas that probably they didn't receive, or there are just some households that didn't receive, and they were like really keen on this project. So my thing, it's just continue in the bush area. Please engage us so that we can link the councillors or the people that did not benefit those.
It was just more around if the purchase of those, are they sold somewhere? Can community buy them? What sort of price? And the second is, I understand quite a lot of the communities buy
bucky loads of wood, does it mean a lot more work for the individuals to chop it down into much smaller pieces, and does that deter or affect anything?
Yeah, so look, people do buy bucky wood, so one of the benefits that we tell people about is that you don't have to buy so much wood, so it is actually a financial saving for them as well. You can literally use twigs that you could collect in your yard or close by. So we're trying to encourage people not to buy big bucky loads of wood.
Can they buy the stoves?
To buy the stoves, yes, they are for sale. So it's actually a company called Rocket Works in Durban. So they're for sale online. They're not retailing in shops at the moment, yeah. The price of the stove from Rocket Works on the website is 620 rand. Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Right, so our next speaker is Louise Swemmer from Sand Parks. Traditional medicine and conservation, frenemies forever. So sorry.
Thanks so much, Wayne. So good morning, everyone. It's really nice to be talking to you this morning. So yeah, 5 slides. Let's go for it. Fasten your seatbelts. I should warm up. This is going to be tricky. So my journey with traditional medicine started off with this tree. This is the pepper bark, or some of you might know it as Subacha or Wellbeing salutaris. It's endangered. It's endangered globally, but it's also endangered locally in South Africa. It's on the red list. And we've got some in Kruger that were being illegally harvested for quite a long time now. And it's one of the largest remaining populations of this tree in the wild in the world. So this was a bit of a problem for us. So the first thing we did in true conservation style is we employed some rangers to protect them. But then we also realized, well, that's not going to be sustainable for us going forward. So we started engaging with the user groups. You see, this is how I got away with 5 slides. This is still slide 1. Okay, so we started engaging with the user groups who are mostly in this area, the traditional healers, and spoke to them about how we can work together to try and, make sure that this plant persists both for the benefit of people as well as for the environment. So the first thing we did is try and make alternative sources available for the traditional healers. So we found sources of leaves in the interim, because people normally use the bark. And then we started a program of propagation. So that started in 2009. By 2012, we had all these little saplings, and they've since been distributed quite widely. And we did that through running traditional healer workshops up and down the park, the Kruger National Park, where we discussed all sorts of things with the traditional healers, mostly about availability of other species. So it's not just about Wellbeing, but what are some of the other sort of traditional medicines that they find difficult to get hold of? What are their thoughts about the uses of leaves versus bark? Because that was traditionally something that we weren't sure about, because most people use bark as opposed to leaves, and obviously leaves is more sustainable. And how people felt about nursery propagated plants as opposed to wild harvested. So that was some of the research that I was doing. And then also just to talk about some of the challenges that people face. For us, it was really important to be engaging in a relevant way, so challenges are always important to understand. And then we did planting demonstrations at the workshops, and we also used it as an opportunity to get an idea of scale, so in terms of how many traditional healers are in each of the different villages, because if we want to work with people, you've got to kind of get an idea of that. And then we distributed plants at the workshops by the 1,000 over the years. And then the idea was that people would take them home, grow them at home, and then be able to harvest them from their own gardens, on a more sort of sustainable basis, which they did, planted the trees at home. And just in terms of scale, so most of you are familiar with the Kruger Park. So each of those little dots is a village where we've engaged through this project, and at each one of those dots there's between about 10 and 350 of these endangered trees growing in traditional healer gardens. So it's pretty widespread, and we've engaged with lots of people over the years. 40,000 sounded a lot until Leon went and spoke about his 400,000 stoves, but we'll have to see who's making a bigger contribution to carbon. We'll debate that at tea. So part of the research that I've been doing is looking at some of the monitoring, looking at the impact. So these are some of the trees in the gardens measured last year. And so we go and measure some of the trees and see how well they're doing, check their survival rates. We chat to the healers about different things, see if some of the challenges are still the same or if there's new challenges and how we can work together. It's a familiar face, Tommy. Just to give you an idea, this is a lady from Josefa village, which is near to Punda Maria, and that's her getting her first little sapling in 2012, and this is how big it is now. So that was actually in 2022, and you can see there she is at the bottom there. So it's massive, and she's got about 8 of these trees in her garden. So she's able to really supply herself as well as many other people, which she does. So a lot of them are, a lot of the trees are being used now to supply the commercial market. So just in terms of some numbers, so we've got about an 83% survival rate of the trees that have been planted out. Haven't finished that monitoring yet, but we know that the trees are being used and they are helpful to people. All the people that we've interviewed are actually using them, and 91% of the people are using leaves as opposed to bark. And most of the people used to buy bark, but they now use the trees that they're growing at home. And most of them used to buy them from people that harvested them from within Kruger. And we've done some very rough calculations, and it looks like if we were able to harvest the leaves from the trees that we've distributed, we'd be able to supply just less than half of the national demand for Warburgia. There's permitting issues that 5 minutes can definitely not do justice to. So part of the engagement is to find out what other species we can work with the healers on, and what we can expand, not just for conservation reasons, but also because of obviously trying to make sure that people have got access to really important parts for health and well-being. So one of them is wild ginger. This is Siphonocallis. How's my time? I haven't even got the 5 minutes. Or are you just so encaptured in... Okay. Okay, so there's wild ginger. That's Haworthiopsis. Some of you may know, Umatitibela. And then we've got Bowia, which is also part of the program now, also being propagated. Quite different growth forms, all very different types of models in terms of how they'll go forward sustainably and growing at home. And then we've also done, through our engagements, elephant dung is a really important traditional medicine. So we've been able to do some pilots around that as well. Really easy. If you're in sandparks, you're also quite willing to share products from elephants. We've got a lot. And we did the sums, and it turns out sustainable. This is more, I know COVID is old and sort of been there, done that, but I think the idea of this slide is just to remind us that things can come from other things. So through the engagement that we did, starting off with the Warburgia, we had these networks set up, and so it meant that we were really able to support the traditional healers during a time when they were pretty much forgotten by the rest of society. So that happened through COVID. And that was not a conservation-based issue, but it was, of course, something that was important to us. Okay, so thanks very much. Lots of people involved in this project, definitely not just me. And if anybody wants more info, you're welcome to chat, or if I've got a minute or two for questions.
Thanks, Louise. I didn't have to flash up the 7-minute sign. Time up. So we've got some time for questions. Anybody have a question for Louise?
Hi, thanks. So my question is, has there been some kind of improvement in terms of harvesting within the park post the establishment of the project? Because I understand, you're supporting like local traditional healers, but another massive problem and a phenomenon around medicinal medicine is that traditional medicine is that, you know, people come from outside of the landscape. Like I could imagine the supply for the local people is being addressed, but those who come out of the landscape who actually need access to those things, how does that work? Is the Kruger population still okay now, or there's still people coming in to harvest from there?
Oh, that's a really good question. So when I asked somebody a couple of years ago, okay, I mean, this is amazing, check the map, at what point can we pull our rangers out, because they're still there, they said never. So I think it's, you know, we're not sure yet at this stage. So we haven't had illegal harvesting. The last incident we had was in 2019, and that was, the bark was all left in place, and there was some concerns around who actually did that. So we can't even attribute that to people having come from the outside. So it's really made a big difference in terms of that. And the traditional medicine collectors and buyers are now coming to the you know, to the towns and sourcing it that way. So yes, but we still have our rangers in place in the field. Yeah.
Hi, Louise. Thanks for the presentation. Just a quick one and along similar lines to that. So traditional healers often have a respect for their natural environments, and as such often practice sustainable harvesting practices. And it's the guys from Joburg who come and harvest in bulk and sell in their markets in the city. Have you been able to engage those markets at all and try and figure out how we can, maybe try and mitigate bulk harvesting like that?
So interestingly, we've actually seen that in the Kruger trees. So the sort of older bark harvesting was always done in a, if you can call it, a sustainable way, so the strips were long and thin and the bark was able to recover. And there was only probably in the sort of early 2000s where we started seeing whoever was coming in ring barking and then getting crown death. So we definitely have seen that switch. And then we've been trying to engage with the markets in Joburg to supply them with leaves. It's always been a bit difficult with leaves because you've got to dry them first, and that's actually why people are using bark mostly, because it occurs in such an isolated area. To transport big loads of leaves full of water just doesn't work. So that's actually the reason. So if we're able to do that well, then I think we'll be able to have a good impact. EWT has started adopting this program also in some of the other areas, and one of the things they're trying to do is to help with the more commercial markets. The problem is the TOPS permitting. And so to be able to, TOPS permit costs something in the region of about 2,000 Rand. So for us to, I said we've distributed to, nearly 4,000 traditional healers. So to get all of them TOPS permitted, regulated, to be able to follow the law in terms of getting that product to the market is very difficult. If the new TOPS regs come into play, unfortunately rhino and elephant are stopping it. It's that sort, and the lion stuff is stopping the new TOPS regs. But if it does, then it means that we'll be able to not require permits for any nursery-grown plants, and that's what we need for plants conservation, for this sort of stuff. So if we get there, then the permitting stuff's not going to be a problem. We'll be able to get leaves to those markets very easily. So that's what we're hoping for, but it would be nice if they could separate out the TOPS so that we could just move forward with that stuff.
Thank you, Louise. And our next talk is by Paul Allen, APU as a tool for behavioral change and environmental championships.
I think Louise was still on her first slide. I'm not actually going to match that, but some tricks just a little bit of background first about the Black Mamba program. Why did it start originally? What was the causal factor for it? Obviously, as everyone's aware, leading up to 2013, which is the year the Black Mambas were established, rhino poaching numbers just skyrocketed. As a response, many protected areas started to develop more and more green militarization, which is in essence the arming of anti-poaching units. This really sort of triggered an arms race where poachers would not only come in with a weapon to take out a rhino or an elephant, but they would also have guns to combat the anti-poaching units. And killing people can obviously never be an objective in conservation. So the primary objective for the Black Mambas was to come up with a model that broke this cycle of green militarization, that instead of catching poachers red-handed, prevented poaching from happening, because that's what will actually achieve the objectives. So the Black Mamba program was designed to be completely different. We employed women rather than men, which was the typical anti-poaching units. We didn't arm the anti-poaching units, so that poachers who came into an area where Black Mambas were didn't feel the need to bring additional guns to shoot people, and because women have a very different role in communities compared to men. That was the primary objective. The secondary objective, and potentially much more impactful, was to use the program as a form of social upliftment, not only in providing jobs, but also to start changing attitudes towards conservation, away from fortress conservation to a more inclusive model where the ladies could act as environmental champions and spread the word. So where are we now? This week, we celebrated our 10th anniversary. We've grown from 8 ladies to 36 ladies. We've seen a huge reduction in snares across the Bululi landscape where we're primarily based. Incursions down 99% across the regions where we are. We haven't lost a single rhino in any of the regions that the Black Mambas have been stationed. We haven't killed any poachers. We have assisted in multiple arrests. But that's all the primary objectives. So secondary objectives. The program has evolved. It has not been static. We've grown, we've developed as we've gathered feedback over the 10 years. A spin-off from the Black Mambas has been the Bush Babies Environmental Education Program, where we teach at 10 different primary schools, and we teach grade 5 to grade 12. We've got a Scouts program linked to that. We reach about 1,200 kids every week. We're reconnecting community members with natural heritage, similar to the GoGo project of Elephants Alive. We've got camps for the children. We also take some of the more senior citizens into the park to reconnect that. And then during the pandemic, we've distributed food parcels, and we make a point of having the Mambas distribute the food parcels rather than us as the NGO and the white savior stigma. We want to steer very clear from that. And over the 10 years, we've won many awards, including the environmental, the UN Champions of the Earth. And we've engaged in continual skill development for the Black Mambas. The efficacy of the problem, so the program, the secondary objective, we've studied, we started the first study in 2018. We've had 6 different studies with these different research institutes and obviously ourselves as well, to look into how effective are we at reaching this, the ideological thought behind the Black Mambas. And we've mainly focused on how the Black Mambas perceive themselves, so their role as females. When we started, there was a lot of stigma against having females in anti-poaching because it's such a male-oriented career. And then community perceptions, not only towards nature and protected areas, but also towards hunting, poaching. In research, we're quite strong in avoiding the word poaching because it has so many negative connotations, but the consumptive utilization of animals, and then also the economic benefits of protected areas and the awareness in communities of the programs we run. So, are we actually reaching people beyond the direct employees? So, just quickly, the key findings of these 6 researchers combined: 100% of all the Black Mambas have experienced a very strong increase in the personal belief that they can provide and support for their families as anti-poaching, which is great. The majority of the black mamas are breadwinners. They are mothers and looking after for not just their own family, but their extended family. Generally, we found quite a high regard for nature and protected areas in the communities that we've been. Over 75% of respondents value it highly. At the same time, the communities do not value hunting highly at all, so less than 20%, with less than 10% in favor of poaching or illegal hunting. That I will put in context. Over 5 years there's been very little change, so it seems that these beliefs have already been in place for quite a long time. There is a recognition of the indirect benefits of nature for communities, primarily in the form of employment. And overall, however, we noticed that very few people of the respondents that we've interviewed are aware of the Black Mamba and the Bush Baby program. So there's quite a lot of work still left to be done. We haven't seen a strong relationship between social economic status and environmental awareness. However, there was a causal relationship between income and education level, separately with environmental awareness. So on to the next 10 years, we intend to use these findings to improve our programs and hopefully get an even better result next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Do you have any questions for Paul about the program?
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. When you started on your secondary objectives, you mentioned that the black members are not armed, as well, changing the perspective of the need for poachers to carry arms. But thinking now, it still does not remove the danger element where I think poachers will still be armed somehow, some way, whether with a knife or whatever they're carrying. So how do you secure their safety when they're there, especially looking at the recent incidences where we lost one of our, like Anton, so that danger element around them? Thanks.
Yeah, of course. Poachers, when they enter, have an intention to kill. I don't think any poacher will kill another human, but they are armed. The black mambas are the primary response. So they are the people who detect and they deter. If they detect an incursion, then they will radio in for backup, and then we do have armed response to deal with actual. But because of the presence, they patrol every single day, day and night. To respond to on oliphant.
I just want to ask as well, in context, in the bigger context, poaching has gone down in the region and it's moved. So to what extent do you keep that in consideration? Because, as you said, you've got armed guards behind the scenes as well, and there's a whole camera network in this area, so there's a lot of security that is happening there. So how does that affect the effectiveness? Will the black mamas be as effective where it's now a hotspot for poaching?
Yeah, of course. The growth 2013, 2014. It stabilized post-COVID. We're on about 450-ish rhinos lost every year. I think it's also very important to realize that the battle against poaching is not going to be won in parks and reserves. It's something that has to happen through diplomats at conferences like Citezen, international law enforcement. What we can do on the ground is displace, so we can push them away. The syndicates behind poaching are almost like multi with different business units. They will shift away from poaching if it becomes less profitable, and they will move into other areas of crime. That doesn't crime, obviously, but it does reduce the poaching issues that we have in the areas that we're protecting.
Sorry, than a question. I don't think anybody sitting in this room should believe that poaching is on the decline. It's a complete myth. The threat still remains very, very real. And I think there are any number of interventions that prevent poaching. There's a report about to come out, sponsored by GCEP, which has been run in conjunction with the University of Cape Town's statistical data analysis. And that will show exactly what interventions have actually resulted in the reduction of poaching. And one of those primary reductions has been caused by dehorning, particularly in Kruger as well.
Yeah, I'll be very interested to see the results, because I know that a lot of parks are very reluctant to share any data on dehorning. And because it is so complex, it's very hard to unravel, but very keen to see it once it comes out.
Thanks, Paul. Just one on the second result about perceptions on hunting. I was just interested in the context behind that question. So how, what was that asked in the context of people's feelings about hunting? And then also, how did you define hunting for that question, for that research?
So I've sort of summarized it from various reports. One of the studies really looked into the type of protein that people prefer. And there was a very strong preference for domestic animals as opposed to wildlife, which supports the idea that hunting is not desired as a form of protein. Others were looking at how much they felt that they should get access to natural resources and whether that should be for consumptive animal utilization as well. And then some also directly asked the questions, do you support hunting, and do you know poachers? Have you ever bought bushmeat, and those sorts of questions.
Thank you very much. So our last speaker for the session is Sarah Bergs, speaking about communication between people in protected areas, comms survey and results, and storytelling as a process. So thank you. Over to you. Once I've put your slide up.
Thank you. Yeah, great. Thank you so much. And so for me, 5 slides wasn't incredibly challenging because I'm a talker, not a scientist. So the 5 minutes was the bigger challenge for me. But yeah, I'm really grateful to be here today. So what I wanted to share with you is the recent work that we've been doing. So obviously a lot of you know me with my Nourish hat on. But one of the things that Nourish is trying to do, because we've been here so long, is to play a role in consulting with other NGOs when they require some grassroots work done in the landscape. So I really wanted to share with you some of our latest findings. So about 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago now, we were connected with WWF South Africa with their KETA program, with the goal of really understanding some of the communications challenges in sort of the greater Kruger landscape, especially when it comes to the relationship between people in protected areas. And what we were mandated to do was sort of twofold. One, to understand the current communications tools that were being used between reserves, NGOs, lodges to speak out towards their communities, and what communications tools were preferred to speak back. And sometimes answers like a loud hitter, like a protest, but it was a really important thing for us to understand what communications tools were being used. Was it the right fit, or was there a mismatch? And the second mandate was for us to unpack whether or not storytelling was a great process for us to engage with communities as a way for us to bring more voices to the table when it comes to issues around protected areas, issues around human-wildlife conflict, issues around coexistence. How do we bring more community voices to the table in a way that is not prescriptive, but it comes through a story? So this is where sort of our problem was, is to understand more about how communities communicate, what they're using, and what they want to say. So yeah, just some facts. We reached over 1,000 individuals from the northern part of the park, so so from Punta Maria, Pafuri, through to what's called the central cluster, so all around Shaw's Gate, Paul Kruger Gate, all those villages around Justicia, Metsi, Huntington, and then down south, so outside Malala and Kamatiport area, which is the southern node. So we did a series of surveys over several months, a series of analyzing that data, and then going back to share the results of the finding, which has been really a great way to build relationships with the community, is to share back what we learned. And then we use those same landscapes to run a series of storytelling sort of workshops and engagements. And sort of the key findings around the survey, and there was tons of graphs, so I just picked but one of the biggest things for me was that communities, by and large, almost 93% of people said that they didn't, 92% of people said they hadn't received a message. They were not in often or frequent contact with a protected area or the Protected Areas Foundation or outreach. They didn't get a lot of messaging. They struggled to get information about jobs, about opportunities, about animals that are broken out. But what was really positive for me, and that's something I kind of wanted to share into this context, is that I can't see my own figures now, but like 92% of people wanted to. They were interested in what protected areas, what projects, like everyone that's around here today. What we're doing is interesting. People want to know. They just aren't getting that information. So there's definitely a gap where people have a will and an interest, but they're not necessarily receiving that information. And then we wanted to know, but why? Where's this big gap? And we interviewed and surveyed people from 17 years old through to 72 years old, so quite a broad spectrum of people. And you can imagine that the results really were quite diverse, with a clear indication that older people generally preferred hearing about things from traditional councils and traditional authorities and going to a physical meeting. But from about 35 years down, what became more and more and more relevant and sort of visible was that people either have distrust of the local governance. Doesn't mean they don't believe that the local traditional authorities should get a message, they just don't believe it should be the only way that you could get a message. Also, as more people had jobs, they couldn't go to a community meeting, so they missed the opportunity to hear a message. So what we got more and more through our survey data was that people wanted a personal, transparent way of getting a message to their own phone, via SMS, via email, via WhatsApp. People wanted to know that the message that they'd gotten wasn't broken telephone, it didn't allow for nepotism, it didn't break down in the process. They got the message that the reserve intended. So I think there's really opportunity for us to look at the role of technology when it comes to addressing the communication gap, that's sort of been made so clear, because people want to know what we have to say, and they want to develop a relationship with better communication. We perhaps are just missing some tools. And then when it came to the storytelling, I have to say it's my biggest failure in this work, because I assumed that people that lived outside wildlife areas, outside protected areas, would have a wildlife-based story to tell me. I assumed that storytelling would unpack these stories of traditional healers and how they looked after the environment, and people that lived with nature, and they reported a leopard and it all went well. These were the stories and the voices I assumed that I'd be able to bring to the table into these talks. And I was humbled and I was wrong. What people wanted to tell us about was their lives and their suffering and their love and their business challenges. And that's kind of the biggest learning from today, is that we talk about communities, we talk about wildlife communities, whatever we do, but we call them a community. And we need to almost break away from our own indoctrinated language, because it doesn't mean anything. When we say communities, we put together this picture in our minds, but it's not a community. It is a bunch of people with their own hopes, dreams, aspirations, and we need to understand them at that level, because Hoedspruit's a community. Johannesburg is a community. So I think we just need to be mindful of the homogenous lumping when we call these people communities, and we assume we know the stories that they want to tell us and what we think is important to them. So that was just a really important thing for me to share back. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. We've got time for questions. Anybody have a question for Sarah?
Right, thank you for the lovely presentation. And I think your closing remark, I agree with that very much. But one of the things that we're still struggling is, if we change that word community, what can we replace it with? Maybe you have some answer on that? How to categorize it, or maybe?
That's the way to put me on the spot, Bussy. Thank you. No, I mean, I definitely think that it's a challenge. We've just found the most suitable word because we don't know a better one. I just think, unfortunately, that when we say communities, we're just navigating around our socioeconomic guilt. Because what I mean when I say communities is generally an under-resourced, poor African community living in a certain way. And I think that's my concern, is that we're all assuming that this is the definition of a community. And, you know, actually I think we're all in it from a community, a religious community, a financial community. I just think, I don't have a term for you, so I suppose I don't have an answer. I just think we need to be mindful of blindly tarring people with the same brush when indeed they're individuals.
I think mine is a bit of, I think it's a challenge to every one of us sitting here as well, challenge to the prof as well. I think most of the things, the previous questions that I've asked is that, well, I didn't get the right answers, but I think most of us here, we're sitting here, we've got these two worlds, which is the community, we'll call it community for now, and then we've got the reserve. And the separation from the people staying next to the reserve, and then we've been, for example, we've been going to the Gogos and trying to find out whether these people have been separated from the animals from way back, you know, probably century, or if I'm not mistaken. So if you ask the community, do they have the relationship with the animals? No. Our state used to have a relationship with the animals. But as some of them in the community, they've never been into Kruger. They don't even know. They don't have a relationship. So you're trying to get a community to tell a story about the animals. They'll never tell much at where we are. But our great used to tell the good stories. So the only challenge that we have is that we never preserve our culture with the animals, or trying to. So that's why there will be back and forth with, for example, the rhino poaching. Do we understand what is the root cause? So we think we understand, but we don't. And also, I think that is the challenge to the researchers, because some of the researchers, they don't go deep to where the problem is. Coming up with storytelling as well, we're trying to do that, but also a deep research needs to be done. We tend not to understand the community like the way we think we understand it. And the community has been separated from the conservation for a very long time. So the question is then, how do we then bridge that gap? So that we, at the end of the day, we're going to have, rhino poaching will never go anywhere. It will become like a rain that fluctuates every now and then. You get it right, you don't get it right, because to me, these two worlds, they don't really understand each other. But they want to sit down and understand each other, but that bridge is not there. Who's going to come up with that bridge? Because a person can't just stand up today and say, no, I need to go to the reserve and get a horn or something. There should be a reason. But researchers, I don't think we're there to get, you know, to the root cause. So this, to me, is the challenge to everyone that is sitting here to say, how do we do? We can come out with telling the stories and do all the other stuff, but I think we need the deeper research into that. So, Prof, I think also that goes to you. It's a comment.
Respond, although obviously I can't answer such a, but I think I echo your sentiment. You know, what we're dealing with is a perpetuated system of broken relationship. You know, we're in marriage counseling as people within a reserve and you know, people that are working with wildlife, I think almost need to go through a process of marriage counseling with communities that live outside. We have to acknowledge that the relationship is broken down, and it's been broken for a long time. But we share a child. We can't break up, we can't separate, so we need to acknowledge the brokenness of that relationship and I think call it out into the open. It's not a solution, but I think the more in forums like this we acknowledge that there is a broken relationship and perhaps understand the power of communication to start walking what is going to be a long walk to rebuild a fractured relationship. I think that's really important. But also, I think, for me, that's why the storytelling was so important, is because we forget how people have struggled to live in these communities. Vusi has some personal stories from people and how they've lost things. But I think, we can't just get caught in the work and the numbers on the piece of paper and what our objectives are. We really need to realize that for some people, their only exposure to wildlife is their mango tree. So they did tell me a wonderful story of how they appreciate nature, but it didn't relate to wildlife. So I definitely think communities have a relationship with their natural environment. It's just not what we expect, because we have a relationship with wildlife.
Must I start? Oh, cool, nice. This is the question that's been asked. There's one that I'm really, really passionate about, and I do think that there's an answer to ownership. Until we do that, we're never going to solve this problem. Why do people protect the mango tree? There's money coming out of it. Why do people protect cattle? Because there's money. Why do we protect rhinos? Because we own them, or we actually have an economic value attached to that. It's got nothing to do with too many things. It's about who owns the asset. It's about who owns the land. It's about what economic value do we derive from that. Until we focus our research into that, we're going to continue to talk about broken relationships, broken fences, and all that type of stuff. So I do think that we need to move towards that, and we need to stop paying a lip service to issues of ownership of resources.
Hi, everyone. Okay, what I wanted to say was like, with a bridging, to bridge the gap between. Sometimes we need to start teaching children at a young age, so they grow up with this in mind, because these days, younger generation, like between 17 and 35, we're busy with social media. We're not thinking about wildlife. We're thinking about the bling. We forget about the wildlife and stuff like that. Whereas people from Europe, they'll spend money to come to us to come see the big five. And yet we have no idea, or we can't even, we don't have too much information about that. So maybe starting with the kids, instill it in them so that they grow up, without losing we teach them about wildlife, so they grow up knowing about these things, and then they remember that we need to preserve our planet as part of it as well. Rhinos are endangered right now. They're like dinosaurs. It's getting there that we won't have any if this thing keeps going on. And it's not just rhinos. There's other animals as well that are endangered. So if we start teaching from the very young age, because like this company, Airline, they try to teach about wildlife, about poaching, even about animals, and that people who work for the company must be aware that there's such things. Some of the poachers, we might be transporting them. So they try and teach people about that to make people aware. So if we start early with the kids, we can make a difference instead of waiting until, because another thing, people in African communities, they have to worry about day to day, what am I going to eat today? What am I going to provide for my kids? It's not about thinking, there's a...
Just a quick input linking to the 2 points that side that, yes, you're correct when you say people and communities have actually been separated for a century. But again, coming to what Mr. Rest also, it takes time. So because of that exclusion, you're not going to give people wildlife tomorrow and think they'll automatically have that connection and keep them safe and all that. And so the quick answer to that, Mr. Rest, is hopefully next year when we have the same symposium, I will come back with a better answer, because I have a project just across WITS where now I started with horses and now increasing many other animals, now adding ostriches and hoping to start breeding impalas and nyalas in the community so that people can start getting the use of them, and let's see if they will appreciate and not kill. And so hopefully next year I'll be presenting on that, on how ready our communities are with the transfer, because we have the draft white paper and also the wildlife economy programs available that want to donate. Being reintroduced, so the reintroduction is to take some time and prepare people to do that and better manage the resources. Thanks.
I actually just want to find out from this program, what is the next step? Are you moving to these northern areas? So will there be something after to learn from in terms of how do we better engage in terms of communication and getting, projects, that information sharing, what is just the next step in this program, if you can answer it?
Yeah, so we've obviously done this process in all 3 of the clusters already. And we kind of now storybooks for each community of their stories and handing them back to the participants and to the Nduna of each of the 14 villages. And we're now culminating a final report with the layers of different communities, because obviously up north we're finding the data is slightly different from down south near Kamala. People answering. So we are interested this report as communication would end our information sharing, so that reserves, lodges, from that little bit of lesson that we learned, that at more. Thank you.
Let's just give them a round of applause. Tea is in the room after the one behind us. If you've put and just for the reception. And then there are also toilets at the deck next to the pool. So 11, so we can start again at 11. Please go and enjoy some tea and coffee now. Thank you.
I'll always be with you.
So the methods here is that we have prompting questions. So and I think Sarah was emphasizing the significance of having conversations with people. So we don't necessarily we have questionnaires, which are prompting questions, but our team goes to the ground and they go have conversations with the elders in their communities to get information around indigenous knowledge systems for climate risk adaptations. And some of the data revealed very interesting things around spiritual methods that people use to get rain, the astrological indicators that show people change in seasons, and how they would how these methods would guide agricultural activities, rangeland. In the implementation period, we're looking forward to being in a position where we digitalize the data, having a data repository where our partners and all the other people working in the landscape could have access to the data for decision-making purposes, and also coupling this with the Internet of Things with the support of Livestock to implement digitized or automated freshwater monitoring systems, which will be related to the citizen science work. And I think also just making the data available to partners who are going to be implementing any other conservation strategies, trying to understand the conditions of water resources in the landscape. And with the Indigenous Knowledge Project, we are planning on writing a report on the work and also putting it up on a digital data repository so that people could have access to that data. And I think something that I need to emphasize again about Indigenous knowledge system, I mean, like in this world we have things like MBS and EBA that are buzzwords and new things that are coming into space, but I need to emphasize the fact that Indigenous knowledge systems are those methods. They are methods that are linked around using ecosystem-based adaptation processes, and there are many challenges that are affecting how Indigenous knowledge systems are implemented in terms of adapting to the climate because of limited access to land, increase in population, the loss of water resources, erosion, etc., etc. And I think this data can potentially contribute to those kinds of strategies. All right, am I too fast? Am I done? Okay, no? And I think the takeaway from this, and I think the citizen science work speaks very well to the symposium. I think it also just bridging the gap between science and society, allowing the people on the ground, our team, the youth to understand the purpose of science and how it contributes to the progression in the landscape, and also allowing us and our communities to pioneer adaptation climate processes in our landscape. And I think also most importantly is Indigenous knowledge systems are something that are being explored very, very widely in this world today. They're becoming a buzzword, and their importance and their significance in achieving effective climate risk adaptation have been taken on in this world, and I think this is the initiatives that are right. Any questions? Oh, that's Romy's job, sorry.
Thank you for your presentation. My question to you is that do you have any initiatives of validating indigenous knowledge with scientific information? For example, some people use seasonal forecast for indigenous knowledge for seasonal forecasting, and we also do have scientific seasonal forecasting. Are you doing such studies?
I hear, and I think we had this conversation before with the UNESCO team around trying to validate indigenous knowledge system in the lens of conventional science. It can be done, but I find it to be very unethical, because it just goes back to being in a position where we only need to have weird, MT calls it weird, or Western methods to actually validate African processes. And I feel like indigenous knowledge systems work for the people that implement them, right? And then they work for different environments. The reason why they're implemented and people believe them because it works for them. And I think we should respect that discernment from the indigenous people in terms of what they use for climate risk adaptation. And we can do it, but like, you know, it just defeats the purpose of trusting and understanding that indigenous people know exactly what they're doing on the ground. They've governed the environment longer than we have. So, you know, if anything, we should learn from them. Yeah.
Hi, Timoleng. Thanks for your presentation. Looks like really fun and fulfilling work. You might have heard of this application already. It's a app called M-Water. But it's a really fantastic tool for capturing information in remote areas using a mobile app. You can design your questionnaires or forms on the M-Water tool, it uploads to a database, and you as the manager of that data can analyze, and it's really a fantastic tool. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I had this conversation with you earlier because we were looking for an app to work with, but we did, through the UNESCO team, we did procure something like that. It's not exactly that, but you know, yeah, I think we can look into that in the future. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, yes, Farai.
I'll come back to my question again of validation. Yes, I will not say validation per se, but we might create a synergy between scientific information and indigenous knowledge.
True.
That's why that's why I'm insisting on why we should sort of carry out.
Definitely. I mean, like, there needs to be synergies created there, but like not for the purpose of validating indigenous knowledge, but just incorporating it into other processes that are already existing on the ground. You know, yeah. Any other questions? All right.
Okay, thank you, Timoleng. Next up, the presentation is on the potential of regenerative agriculture in creating more climate adaptive and gender inclusive food systems by Yeshila Govender from WITS University. Unfortunately, Yeshila is not here to present, so Wayne will be presenting on her behalf.
And if you see there's more than 5 slides, that was not my doing, so it's a caveat. So Yeshila is from the Global Change Institute at WITS. She's a master's student, and I'm just presenting on her behalf on her study on inclusive, on a regenerative agriculture. So she asked, what is the problem with conventional agricultural methods, intensive use of agrochemicals, and you know, we're all familiar with some of the limitations of mass production of agricultural products, environmental degradation, not necessarily climate smart or climate resilient, and this has important implications for food insecurity. But there's also the gender dimension to these food production systems that needs to be addressed. So regenerative agriculture is one potential response to some of these shortcomings of the business as usual approach to agriculture. So it attempts to heal the environment, rebuild human health, decrease input costs, and rebuild farming communities. And it's farming with nature rather than farming against nature. And there are a number of key principles: reducing soil disturbance, covering the soil, ensuring live roots in the soil all year round, crop diversity, integrating with live. Here with indigenous systems, which is what she was interested in. Could these principles be integrated within indigenous systems? So she wanted to identify the potential for creating an inclusive food system which addresses gender imbalances and climate adaptation in the South African communities by identifying what regenerative agriculture means to local people, determining the current understanding of these practices by smallhold farmers, and then assess how regenerative agriculture could be considered in terms of local gender dynamics within these communities. So I'm whizzing through these because I can't really add narrative to a topic I'm not particularly well versed in. But she did the study in Bushbuckridge, 3 communities, Allendale A, Athol, and New Forest. And the study participants were local experts in regenerative agriculture, smallhold farmers, and there was a particular focus on women. And she collected her data using semi-structured interviews, surveys, and focus group discussions. So what she found was a range of practices that are already being practiced in these communities, like polyculture and organic matter. Some of the techniques like no-tillage were less widely known or less widely practiced. The top graph on the right shows that there was quite a bit of variation between villages. So once again, this idea of talking about the community as if it's uniform even across a region we need to be careful of. There was different levels of awareness or practice of these different types of or components of regenerative agriculture across the different villages. She also found different levels of awareness between not only villages but gender, and interestingly females had a higher awareness of some of these techniques, and particularly an age influence. So younger people seem to have access to information probably by the internet or social media. The levels of knowledge declined to sort of middle age and then picked up again in the late amongst the elderly, and that's probably the indigenous knowledge that we see reflected there. So she says, as women of the community, sorry, these are quotations, as women of the community, we are not given any resources or any aid from the government. We have no one to turn to, if we have questions about climate change or agriculture. 90% of the agriculture in this municipality of Bushbuckridge is completed by women. Yet we are not recognized for this role, and we're waiting for training, and no one comes to train us. So recognizing the kind of gender dimensions to this issue is important, and regenerative agriculture presents an opportunity for us to address not only sustainable agriculture, but also gender equity. I won't entertain any questions because I just didn't put together this presentation, but if anybody has any comments that you'd like to make, you're more than welcome.
So I think we sit at a position in Africa where we are still practicing regenerative agriculture in many places without even calling it regenerative agriculture. And the rest of the world is now trying to go back to that process. So I just wanted to say that I think it's important that we translate it across into what the wording is locally through the indigenous knowledge systems, that multi-cropping, all those sorts of things, and bring it back to what is locally worded, because the word regenerative agriculture is a hit in the rest of the world, but we're kind of doing it in many places anyway.
Thank you so much. I do think, if you allow me, I would just like to point out that 2 other groups in this room is also doing around this work, so those linkages, and that's Lima. If they would have something to say about how does this presentation resonates with you, and Hoedspruit Hub.
Thanks for that, Mary Tinker. Thanks for putting me on the spot. Yeah, I think this presentation speaks quite closely to the reality on the ground. We see a massive gender divide and the age divide within agriculture, within rural communities. There's not a lot of youth that are interested in engaging in agriculture. We need to kind of shift that focus. There's also a huge amount of yeah, I mean, how can I describe it? We find that it's often the elder gentlemen within a community that are kind of benefiting from agricultural activities within their landscape, and we need to try and figure out how we allow women and youth to enter into that kind of space. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, MT, for the opportunity or the spotlight. So the Hoedspruit Hub has done some work in and around the landscape around regenerative agriculture, or in our case we call it agroecology. So there's quite a few challenges that you face there. One, as my colleague noted before me, that the youth are not necessarily interested in agriculture or in any form. The other one is that though they are not interested, we saw now with COVID, a lot of them ended up at home with no work, and we trying to put the message to say, if you are at home, you can start a backyard garden, you can start a bit of, you can be an entrepreneur. Commercial agriculture is difficult and expensive in any case, so let's do agroecology, which is also a very good tool for climate change adaptation. As you know, all those practices mentioned in the presentation would really add some value to the lives of the communities around us. Yeah, so I think, yeah, the challenge still remains, how do we get youth to be interested and practice agroecology in a way that they can create sustainable livelihoods for themselves in these challenging economic times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next up we have students from the University of WITS and the Central European University, Hedda, Medini, and Jasmine. Just because they wanted another challenge on top of keeping to 5 minutes, they're going to divide it between the three of them. Looking at the sustainability of livestock farming in a changing world.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the presentations. They've been so interesting so far. As we were introduced, my name is Hedda. These are my colleagues, Jasmine and Medini, and we're going to take on this challenge. We are here as master's students working from the Environmental Science Policy and Management program, which is placed in Vienna in Austria, but we're here working Professor Wayne Twine with continuing the communication of science projects. So we're making a video within the sustainability project. So this video is done as a part of a bigger research project, which Professor Twine is a part of as well, focusing on collaborating for rural sustainability called Cruces, and the objectives is to look further into indigenous knowledge, food security, sustainable natural resource use, and we have taken on the challenge to try to communicate this by continuing the work done by previous interns, gathering information from livestock farmers, and now we are here in 4 weeks trying to communicate this with a video.
I'll give some detail about our method, or our method of approach to filmmaking, which is very much ongoing still. But we began about 2 weeks ago with our recruitment. So once we'd received permission from the tribal authority and from the relevant indunas, we're focusing on 4 villages, or 4 communities, Palubani, Cottondale, Leidlo, and Sigagule. We started recruiting various livestock farmers in the villages, approaching them to ask if they would be prepared to be part of our film. And we tried to get a representative sample, so including women and young livestock farmers as well as different livestock, so pigs, cattle, and goats is what we were focusing on. We then started filming, so we conducted 14 about 1 hour long interviews, and we also collected environmental footage or footage of events. So for instance, yesterday we attended the dip tank in Cottondale, which was very early and quite hectic, but a real experience. And now we're currently in the process of editing. So we've been coding our interviews and creating or finding key themes, which Medini will go into in a minute. And then soon we'll start with the actual editing process, going through all the footage and creating a nice video that will then be used as a tool for communication, so it can be shown in various workshops with key stakeholders. And the idea is also to use this film as a sort of tool for knowledge sharing, also with the partners that Hedda mentioned in the previous slide, in Kyrgyzstan and in Lebanon. So we want to connect these farmers in different countries, these livestock farmers, and share ideas. I'll move to the next slide.
In terms of the key finding, like we mentioned, this is still a lot of work in progress, but we did come across a lot of common themes that kept recurring through our interviews. I will explain a bit more in detail of what was the main themes that came up, but I think one commonality that existed across all livestock farmers, whether it is cattle, pigs, or goats, is how their future is kind of at threat, and how they think that there isn't future, especially in terms of younger generation not being interested in farming, and also how important cattle was for this community. Raxon, in this picture, he's actually the Induna at Palubeni, and he mentioned that the bank of a black man is cattle and animals at home, which kind of sums up how important livestock is for the farmers here. And in terms of the main challenges, the 4 main challenges that we came across was the 4 that you see here. The first is overpopulation, which a lot of farmers mention in terms of growing number of households and then decreasing grazing land, which is a huge problem, especially because there's a lot of shortage of food. Another important factor was the weather changes that a lot of older farmers complained about. There were conflicting input as well, that some of them preferred having rains in winter, but a lot of older farmers said that it was very problematic because they couldn't farm the same way that they used to before, especially because a lot of them also have subsistence farming in their households, which is now becoming a lot more difficult for them to continue. Another very important thing was stock theft, that again was a huge issue in specific villages itself. This, for example, is Dyke is the Induna of Cottondale, and he used to be a livestock farmer but does not own livestock anymore purely because of this issue of stock theft. And our project is still ongoing. We still don't have take-home messages that we can share with you. But I think for us personally, one big learning through this project has been that science communication is very important, especially now more than ever, and especially in terms of climate change. So we just hope that our video can help in that little thing, yeah.
Thanks very much. Very interesting and great that you're documenting it in a form, because I think that's a powerful way to do it. Do you have intentions of holding screenings in the communities that you went to, the traditional authorities, and when is that likely to happen?
So ours is only a month-long internship, but like we mentioned, that this is part of a bigger project. And ours is the 2nd year, and there will be another set of interns coming in next year around the same time. So the hope, I think, Professor Wayne will be able to answer that better, is that they will then be able to carry out. Also to add, this video is one part of it. There are also a lot of surveys that are being done in the same villages by Professor Wayne and Professor Brandon, who's also involved in this project. So I think all of this will come together next year, and then they will have workshops in these villages with the videos and also all of these survey results.
Thanks so much. Was there any feedback from the people that you interviewed around veterinary issues, having stock in this particular landscape? And also, as a secondary sort of question, assistance from the Department of Agriculture Extension officers to assist them with their farming?
Firstly, for the first question, yes, there were a few farmers that spoke about it. But also I think it is context specific because the villages that we went to, like Cottondale, Sigugule, and Lidlow, did not have this issue specifically, although they did mention that they have lost a lot of cattle because of these diseases. But they did also mention that some villages specifically had this concern a lot more than the others. And in terms of compensation, I think that is an ongoing process and we don't have enough information about it. Yeah.
I think there was one thing that came up often was the challenge of being able to afford medicines for cattle, and a lot of farmers mentioned that that was a reason that a lot of their cattle would just die because they weren't able to actually afford medicine. That was a key theme that I think we had in the previous slide. And another, I think it was also, as Medini mentioned, it was very case-specific or village-specific. For instance, in Lidlow, there is no dip tank, so a lot of people brought this challenge up. And then in Palobani, it's a bit further away from, I think, sort of access to veterinary services. And we also noticed differences in individual farmers and how much, whether they knew about help that they could receive from the Department of Agriculture or whether they had actually received it. So some seemed very aware and some had actually received direct help from the Department of Agriculture or reported to have done so, and others reported that they had not received any or did not know how to access this support. Yeah.
Ladies, I wanted to ask, with the decrease of the grazing land for the livestock, have you ever looked into that topic on how it affects the livestock and the people? Because people are moving in, whether we like it or not, as human beings, we like cancer cells for our planet. So now, which is part of why there's decrease of, of the grazing land for the livestock, and it becomes a challenge for people who have livestock because they need somewhere where their cattle can graze and all of that. Is it something that you've looked at with the Department of Agriculture on how they can find a balance between the two?
It's definitely an issue that came up. And I think this feeds into these two themes or challenges that we identified of overpopulation and shortage of food, and that a lot of farmers reported that they just couldn't find land for their cattle to graze on, and so cattle will be grazing along the side of the road or just can't find space. And I think that's the stage we're at of having identified that problem. We haven't actually discussed it beyond that as of yet.
Sorry. And also I think to add to that, this project, over the last 3 weeks, we've only been able to speak to farmers and we haven't really spoken to any other kind of stakeholder. And this is something that we have been discussing, that there is a lot of potential to also meet different stakeholders, if not through us, maybe through the next year. And it will be interesting to then speak to the Agriculture Department as well, to see what, and the municipality, for example, to see how solutions can then be implemented through this information that we have gathered. So I think that will be the next step, and unfortunately for us, time is limited. So.
Maybe just briefly add one example that came up if we have time. So there is a camp, speaking of the shortage of food, but also community land. There is in Cottondale a camp with two farmers we spoke, and they camps from several communities there. The problem with this camp is that it's used for grazing, but there's not a lot of food. It's a big camp, but there's not a lot of grass because it's overgrown, and people are not allowed to harvest for the firewood. Thank you. So their suggestions would be that people would be allowed to go into this camp and harvest this firewood, which would also allow there to be more grass and have more resting times for the grass and for the cattle too. So our kind of perception was that this is thoughts that are stayed within the community and not necessarily communicated to the government, and they don't seem to feel like they have the means to do so. So through this video, we hope to have some of these thoughts communicated at least.
Thank you, ladies. Next up, we have Mike Grover from Conservation South Africa, presenting on the Missinng Middle climate positive land use strategies.
Thanks very much, Romy. So today we're going to be talking about the Missinng Middle, or I'm going to be talking about the Missinng Middle, but I think we've all been referring to it anyway, and it's the reason that we have these sorts of engagements is that there's a lot of work that's happening at a ground level, lots of research, lots of publications, lots of ideas that are being tested, and lots of people doing that. And then at a global level, there's lots of people saying, well, we need to be doing better, and how do we change the way that we do it, and what are our carbon footprints? But there seems to be this inability to scale up those interventions on the ground, the regenerative agriculture that's referred to, the farmers, the planning of the land, all those sorts of things are difficult. And then what's even more important is that we struggle to try and figure out who's supposed to do that. Because it's all very well saying that here's a plan, but who's supposed to do that? So this is a tool that we have developed, and I'm taking from the presentation that I did at the Global Climate and Carbon Lab in Brussels a few weeks ago. But the reality of it all is that everyone in the world is thinking about climate change, and we're thinking about what are the targets that we need to reach. So we're talking about biodiversity, we're talking about carbon, we're talking about social benefits and water benefits, and then how much is it going to cost, or what's it likely to bring in terms of cost. And every single landscape is different, and we manage these landscapes for different reasons. So a commercial farmer manages for profit, and that's why often there are many of the other factors that he doesn't think about. Traditional authorities, they manage for the people, and they have to make sure that they are managing in a way that everyone is understood. So you have farmers that want land for grazing, but you have people that want land to build their house or crop farms. So there's a lot of these sorts of trade-offs that we have to look at. So the tool that we've designed takes into consideration the top-down target setting, as well as what has been done on the ground. So all of the work that has been happening on the ground, specifically in the Bushbuckridge area where we piloted it, is we take that information and we put it into a spatial mapping tool that allows us to see what the outputs might look like. And so we looked at 6 different natural climate solutions, or for lack of a better word, things that we do any day that nature provides for us that we're not really recognizing. We looked at sustainable agriculture or regenerative agriculture. We looked at bush thinning, alien plant clearing, bioproducts such as charcoal, and livestock management, as well as, that's the bush thinning, sorry. The top right one is assisted natural regeneration. And what we were able to do is we were able to put it into a map of Bushbuckridge and start to understand what we should be doing where and how if we want to reach these targets. So this is not perfect, and I acknowledge that, but the tool allows us to then take this information and go and sit with the traditional authorities, go and sit with the municipalities and say, let's zoom into your area and let's see what we need to be doing for your area and what the opportunities are. So essentially, what we've been doing for the last while is all trying to guess, or this is actually something that Hans Muller said, is there's 6 blind people all trying to figure out what the elephant is, but they're all touching a different part of it. And they don't know that when they put it all together, they actually start to see that it's an elephant. But if they were thinking of it separately, they wouldn't quite know what it is. And what we're trying to do with this tool is pull all the information that we're gathering, and that all of you are gathering, and that the institutions are gathering, and we're trying to pull it together to say, what does this landscape look like, and what should we be doing? But then the step after that is to go and sit with the traditional authorities, sit with the municipalities, sit with the district government and say, what do you value the most? Is it jobs? Is it biodiversity? Is it how much it's going to cost? Is it water landscape? And we can actually, through the tool, use a sliding scale so we can sit and change. And the map starts to change according to what that government or that entity that is the custodian of the land is looking to do. So I'm excited to say that over the next 2 months, we're going to be doing this in the Amashangan Traditional Authority, as well as the Mnisi Traditional Authority, as part of our carbon project. And we're entering into a space where we can start to encourage certain practices based on what the traditional authorities want out of their land, and capacitate the people that are making the decisions to understand what are the best decisions. So I'll leave it at that. Yes, Wayne.
So, Mike, it's a really, really interesting project. I wondered if that mapping tool would be web-based. Will it be accessible by the public?
So the irony of it all, Wayne, is that going to the lab, Carbon Lab, there's about 30 different web-based tools that you can use, but they're all on a global scale. And that data isn't good enough if you're looking at sort of hectare scale. So what we are working on is that the tool will be available as a QGIS plugin, so it's freely available. There will be a support website, or there is a support website that can help you plot the way through. And at the moment in the Bushbuckridge region, we've got everything already, all the data already put in. The next step from here is to allow people to use any of those 30 tools to guide them as to what data they should be looking at, what land cover data, and then start to input that data into the QGIS plugin. So this is kind of a second synthesis. And I used the analogy before that it's a recipe that we're saying you can follow, but you can input whatever data you need, and it'll output the same sort of way each time. So I will share the login with you. And I do have some pamphlets, if anyone is interested, that'll give you a broad overview.
Thank you, Mike. Question, if I look at governments globally, they're failing to meet any of the climate targets. I think personally, we like to think we're all able to make the right decision, but when we look at it collectively, we tend to focus on our wants rather than the long-term needs. How is this any different?
So I think that the first thing is we have to recognize that we're failing to reach our targets because we don't capture and account for them correctly. So we think of the natural target, or the targets that are at a global level are about protected area. And we don't think about the fact that communal livestock farmers have a contribution that they can make in terms of biodiversity protection. It doesn't have to be inside a protected area to make sure that there's biodiversity. So that's the first thing, is I think our accounting processes have to change a little bit. We have to think slightly differently. The second thing is I think the rest of the world is standing there going, we have totally messed up our soils through our agricultural systems, and they're trying to change the way that people buy commodities and palm oil and coffee and beef and those sorts of things. And yet it's not very specific to the context of, in particular because it's where we live, Africa. And so it's changing those sorts of, like those targets that have been set are very clear, but there are other things, recognizing that grasslands are a major contributor to soil organic carbon, recognizing that the microbes and the fungus inside the soils are a major contributor. So it's not just about the forests and clearing of the forests that is a carbon issue. We've got to look at it as a whole thing. So yes, it's a target, and we're probably never going to reach that target, but at the same time we have to be trying, because that's the way that we're going to at least alleviate most of the pressures, if that makes sense. I'm happy to chat more afterwards.
How's it, Mike? Thanks. Just a quick one. Do you see this tool being used by land users, or is this more of an advisory tool for implementers and support networks within a landscape?
So the answer is both. The idea is that I think a lot of the implementers have got an idea of what they can do, but they don't quite have the ability to scale up their work. So you might have a really great system and you're doing it in 3 small areas, but you're like, I need to now scale up so that we can reach the targets. But you have the ability to sit with the land users and the land decision makers to say, we would like you to look at these options. And we found it with the livestock project that we're doing in the whole of Bushbuckridge. We're scaling it up to 80,000 hectares. But we had to start on 3 small villages, Utah, Dixie, and Velvedint, to get the momentum for people to see what the options are. And also to gain trust, is that we're not coming in to change the land use. We're not stopping people from having cattle. We're not asking people to change anything major. We're asking to make minor tweaks and actually go back to the way that things were in the past. And those are we're hoping that the tool will allow that conversation starter. So there's many more processes that have to happen. The video that the ladies spoke to earlier is one of those things that you use as a tool to tell people why you should be doing things and capture the knowledge of the indigenous people. This is just a place to bring the land users and the implementers into the same place.
So I think it's always the big question is who's going to maintain this, and is there a possibility of, say, users in the landscape to register on this platform and then add their activities in the area? So not necessarily add information to it, but add polygons and that to say, well, I'm working here, and how are you going to keep them involved? I've seen many tools being designed, but you need a strong team behind it who's marketing it the whole time. And even looking at myself, I'm working with certain tools, and then one day you get an email and say, oh yeah, I've also got username and login details for that. So how are you going to continuously market that tool?
Okay, so good question. We have thought about it, and the answer is sitting in front of you here. So the Kruger to Canyons Biosphere is piloting two processes. The first process is the data collection process of all the organizations. So we've got a tool, another tool or a form that that people can fill in called explorer.land, and that's going to capture all of the projects, any project from the smallest little one to the largest one gets put into a database, and it asks what money you need. So that's the first sort of thing, is we are using that to try and get funding for people and to know what's going on the ground. The second thing that adds to it is that this is not a tool that is just for research or just for, it's about how much people are going to embrace using the tool and the conversations that come out of it. So I'm going to throw it back to you to say that tool that you got the login and you forgot about it was clearly not something that was useful to you. We're hoping that this is going to be something that is useful to people, that they want to use the whole time and are encouraged to use, but we recognize that it's sometimes difficult. So again, the Kruger to Canyons Biosphere has been our pilot site, the Bushbuckridge area has been our pilot site, but we're going to expand, and we're expanding for the whole of the Greater Kruger Strategic Development Program. And so this will fall very squarely into that work there as well, and that's how we're looking to keep it alive. And then, I mean, I can go into more detail, but we've also got financing mechanisms for each of those models that we're releasing. Yeah, the next seminar in September, the third week of September. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, next up is my colleague Nick Teron from Kruger to Canyons presenting on the K2C Catchment Investment Program.
Hi everyone. Yeah, the K2C Catchment Investment Program in 5 minutes. I'm going to do my best. And maybe just to start by saying that, this is really about bridging the gap between science on the one hand and implementation, but there's always a third element that comes into the kind of work we do, and that's how you start financing this kind of work, which is a global challenge. And this is one of the initiatives that's hopefully trying to bridge that missing gap that Mike was talking about. This is just a map of the area, and these are sort of the 3 most important sub-catchments in the K2C, the Blader being one of them. And this is piloting, the catchment investment area is piloting in the upper Blader. And just some quick context, and most people will know that it's the Blader catchment is a strategic water source area. It's critical in terms of the water that's supplied through the Blader to low-fault economies, supports agriculture, it supports the protected area systems. So from a landscape scale perspective, conserving the catchment is really, really important. But the catchment is under threat, mostly through land use change, which has led to a whole lot of problems. alien invasive plants, illegal mining. Fire is an issue, not only too much fire, but perhaps too little in some places. And this obviously leads to impacts, which impacts on the dam and impacts on the river, and that has an impact on all of us downstream. So for a long time, we've been working in the upper catchment, and that's through a long process has eventually led to this idea of the what's becoming the Catchment Investment Program. But it's really around, on the one hand, creating a platform for people to partner and unlock opportunities. It's really about sourcing long-term financing to do the work, and then supporting existing initiatives. There's a lot of initiatives that have taken place over the last 10, 20 years. How do we support those? How do we build that? And how do we try and make it a little bit more enduring and into the longer term? So just to highlight two of these actions, the one is alien invasive plant clearing. So a lot has been done in the upper catchment. And through a feasibility with this catchment investment program, we've identified approximately 10,000 hectares in the upper catchment, and with the plan towards how we start clearing those areas. And then there's also a lot, and it's been spoken about today, but the sustainable rangeland management, a lot of the work that CSA does has been piloted in a lot of areas. So those are the main two nature-based solutions that have been identified. And as part of this process, what we've done with the Nature for Water facility is the development of a business case. And the whole idea around that is to assess the costs and benefits of implementing these nature-based solutions in the catchment. So there's been a lot of science behind that, and this has been a big team, so it's not just K2C, it's a lot of organizations and people that have been involved. And one of the key things that have come out through the scientific assessment is sort of demonstrated in this graph. But basically the gray line is the levels of the Blader Dam, and over the last sort of 20 years, and you can see these critical points where the dam drops below 60%. It's a gravity-fed system, so that has an impact on farmers downstream, that when it reaches that sort of level, farmers then are put into a situation where they start having to pull crops out of production and that kind of thing. That has an the baseline scenario, and this is just climate modeling, and it shows that in the future there's these projected periods where the dam will drop below that critical threshold, which has an economic impact. And through nature-based solutions, basically what the modeling has shown is to reclaim approximately 8 million cubic meters of water per year, and that helps to level this out, that you don't have those drops, which is building the case, obviously, for why we should invest in the catchment. I'm not going to go into too much detail. All this really shows is that there are costs associated, but when you start working out the benefits, and there's things that we've not only looked at from a water perspective, but there's carbon benefits, but there's a net benefit that's almost double the initial costs of implementing these nature-based solutions. So the next steps now are really around financing this, and the first 5 years seeks 125 million basically to unlock further financing to continue doing the work. So this is the start of a process, and the next steps are really around designing governance arrangements. How do you manage these sorts of funds? The implementation work, obviously there's a lot of thought that needs to go into implementation and using and leveraging these funding, and then obviously scaling it. But then just to say there is interest, and it's quite interesting because it's difficult to communicate science to communities and people on the ground. And what we're trying to do is communicate the science to corporates and banks that have an interest in investing in these kind of things. But it's really about trying to find how we do that and how it can practically be pursued. And there is a lot of movement in this. Excited about it, and it goes, and in months we can make some things. It is looking positive, but yeah, I hope that gives a quick overview of it. And it's just to say as well that there's obviously a big team that's been involved: Conservation South Africa, Conservation International, the Nature Conservancy, Nature for Water Facility, and a whole range of partners that we've worked with on the ground and continue to work with on the ground. Thank you. Yeah.
So I'm using the opportunity to maybe just refer back to two of the comments that were said is how do we pay for it? So this is an example where we used the C+ tool to identify different natural climate solutions within a landscape, and we're able to take it to large corporates or banks or whoever it needs to be, and they see the benefit of it because they see the scale of it, they see the opportunity, and they're bringing the finance to it all. So it's building upon what we're hoping to continue in the rest of the landscape.
I was only going to ask this if there wasn't anybody else asking questions. Just that you mentioned it was just a very brief statement about possibly too little fire, which is an interesting statement. You know, when you're looking at it as an Africa context, there's just too much fire. And so what makes it different here?
So I think it's site specific. Obviously the rangelands and things are quite different, but when I say that, it's more focused, or thoughts is more around wetlands and those areas within forestry landscapes where fire has been excluded for a long time. So we are finding, like that upper Mariepskorp area, we about a year ago, 2 years ago, implemented fires in wetlands where fires hadn't burned for about 20 years. So you get moribund material build-up and that kind of thing. That does potentially have a negative impact, especially if you have a hot fire moving through at the wrong time of year.
So just, I think a lot of that, there's still not a lot of knowledge behind it, because it does seem, and also you can tell me if this is completely wrong, a lot of the grassland stuff is much more of a cyclical type of situation with carbon coming down, going up type of situation. I know I'm simplifying, where there's a lot of areas like your forested areas and stuff, the carbon tends to be stored much more. And so, you know, and that's why opening up those areas and is it, what are you actually ending up doing? And even with these peats and bogs and things, there's some amazing amount of carbon storage. In fact, I think, and I'm not only, I don't know about South Africa, but I know other countries, the quantities of storage there are just amazing. But if that starts to get disturbed, that's where we could really have serious problems again. So that's why I think it just needs but these type of statements, I think there's a lot more to them. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I agree, and it's quite complex. But I mean, these systems are so altered. I mean, you're talking about at least the wetlands and areas where we've been working. You know, it's surrounded by alien invasive plants. We're now doing alien invasive plant clearing. It's creating more biomass. That's a huge problem. These areas are starting to dry out. So it is a very complicated issue, and we don't know how those systems used to function. So it is difficult. But yeah, I mean, we can talk more about it, and once you start talking fire, we could have a whole symposium about it on its own. But yeah, it is an interesting topic.
Thanks, Nick. Okay, next up we have Lana van Wyk from the University of Pretoria, presenting on an assessment of disposable nappy waste management in a rural community.
Morning, everybody. I am Ilana. If I sound funny, it's because I have flu. I'm from the University of Pretoria. You've all seen the huge mounds of disposable nappies building up in the community. So this research question was raised from different sectors in the. Sorry. Initially, the concern about the disposable nappies were raised by the herders, because they were impacting the rangelands where the cattle were grazing, and the concern was the animal health, but also from the conservation areas where after high rainfall, all these diapers get washed down into the reserves. And this is essentially human waste. So the question about, or the problem associated with disposable diaper dumping in the environment is really a One Health issue, because human health are implicated, animal health are implicated, and environmental health. So that's just a quick map. K2C through the EMS 2 or 3 years ago did mapping with the EMS on a phone app for the location where mapping is, and it's kind of scaled. And you can see from the map that most of that dumping in the environment is actually in our drainage lines, which mean in our water systems. So as a collective, the UP and K2C and Environmental Wildlife Trust, we started to do interviews to address, just to get some baseline data and understand why people are dumping, who are they, what are they. So through the period of February to July 2 years ago, questionnaires were rolled out. And we also did focus group discussions. And like I said, the purpose was to find out or understand the problem better, why people are using disposable diapers, what alternatives there are, what are the options for managing this waste. And the end goal is obviously to identify potential solutions. Sorry, the maps on the side. So the questionnaire was rolled out in the Missinng community, also some communities along the escarpment, and 2 communities in KwaZulu-Natal. Okay, so it was a very extensive questionnaire. We looked at household economics, we looked at waste management, water access, water use, lots of things. So 5 minutes again, like everybody else, it's not enough to explain everything. So I'll just mention a few of the highlights. So how many diapers are actually used in a household? That is 2 to 4 nappies per day per child for the first 2 years of their life. So over a period of 2 years, that's almost 2,000 nappies per child. And this needs to go somewhere. Type of nappies used. The vast majority of people only use disposable nappies as opposed to cloth nappies, which is washable. Cost of nappies per household, on average 400 Rand, with a max of 1,800 Rand. So if a mother gets a child grant of, I don't know, 800 Rand, that's quite a big take of their income for the month. Most of the nappies are actually purchased by or paid for by the fathers. So why are they choosing to use disposable nappies? So the majority of mothers in the community are actually young mothers. And the most commonly reasons were convenience. It is just easier to use. And then the second problem, which is quite a common problem for other issues as well, is the access to water. To wash washable nappies, if you don't have water, or you have to choose what you use your water for. If you have access to water only once a week, then of course you will use disposable nappies. And then a few mothers raised the issue that this reusable cloth nappies are associated with nappy rash and allergies and that kind of thing. So how do women typically, or mothers typically, dispose of their diapers? Some people burn it, some people bury it. A huge number just dump it in the environment. Obviously that is the easiest. And then there are a few, very few, municipal skip bins in centralized areas. You can think for yourself what are the pros and cons of each method. And then we assessed what people thought the risks are to both people, animals, and the environment. And the people are concerned about the spread of disease, also animals consuming it, dogs dragging it around everywhere. And then water pollution, because most diapers are dumped in the water system, and it looks ugly. If you drive down the road, there's heaps and heaps of diapers. It's not easy on the eye. And then the burning is also an issue, because the gel in the diapers are actually quite toxic if you burn it. In essence, the used diaper is also wet, so it's very difficult to burn. So it is a true One Health issue. So we assessed a few problems, or asked the community what their input is, and it's really multiple level. It's not going to be one solution. It's all the stakeholders. I mean, we're looking at mothers, we're looking at babies that are stakeholders, manufacturers, the shops that sell it, people that distribute it, municipalities that are supposed to provide waste management or waste services, waste removal services, policy. In our Waste Management Act in South Africa, diapers are classified as not hazardous. Common, what do you call it? Usual waste. General waste. And in essence, it should be classified as hazardous or biological waste. So we did the first part, we did the assessment. So the next step would be, from this discussions around this issue, the One Health Forum was started with partners, UP, Kruger to Canyons, Conservation South Africa, the EWT, and Environmental and Rural Solutions. And we actually have a lot of webinars in preparation for a big symposium we will have at the end of the month, where as a group we will discuss potential options for changing policy, how interventions would be appropriate. But we really have to make solutions appropriate for each community. To be a precarious word to use in this room, but it needs to be custom for every community. Thank you.
I've looked into, like, how long does it take to, for a disposable nappy diaper to break down? It takes like 500 years, and making of it, there's too much chemicals used and all of that. Is there a way of recycling this?
So we've been talking to some people in Italy. They're actually in Italy. Is it Italy? Yeah. They compost it. They first shred it, dry it, shred it, and sieve it, and then from that you can make compost. In the communities where we surveyed, they were not interested in using anything with human waste as compost for their vegetables. So yeah, and then you will need some technology infrastructure for that as well. And the other problem is transport. If you have no waste collection system, how do you take your diapers or your waste to a collection point?
Great. Thanks, Alon. That's really an amazing project. And I think for me, I hope that we can see the results of it in the future, and that this is encouragement for Wayne to make sure these type of things happen, because this is really something on the ground where if you can get something working, you can actually make a difference. So yeah, great to see. Thanks.
So, okay, thank you very much for the presentation. No, the diaper issue is like very much a waste management problem. Because I remember in my village when it all started, like we used to put them in the pit toilets, but then the pit toilets were getting full really quickly, and then now we needed to find a plan on where to put it. But in terms of like being in a position where there's like an incentive to municipalities in terms of service delivery, outside of the skip bins and all of that, what are the interventions and plans that you guys have worked with the municipality to actually improve the actually waste management around diapers in communal areas?
I don't know, Maritinka, if you can answer that. We haven't, from UP side, we haven't engaged the municipality yet. There were some NGOs projects that they employed some ladies to collect diapers. In the end, this all needs to go to a municipal waste site, which is almost non-existent.
And indeed, you know, I think that is some of the work that's coming up. What we're busy currently as the forum is a series of webinars that we're holding up, leading up to the Conservation Symposium that's happening in KZN in beginning of November, end of October. So there will be 2 more. Our last one was on policy issues. And hopefully we will then have a coherent package to go back to in a very formal presentation. Because remember, we did presentations to both the Bushbuckridge and the Maruleng municipalities on the baseline research, you know, how, and all the calculations. There was focus group discussion. Those feedback has happened in presentations to the municipality. In Bushbuckridge, there's a whole waste management forum from the municipality, which we participated in Haidima with some of the citizen science monitors. So we are part of those structures. We did give feedback, and we will do so more if there is some solutions coming up. For instance, just if I don't know if I can mention it, but we did put in a sort of a funding proposal as well to come up with some solutions and building in governance and on community level to feedback loops and trial it. Because if we can have a couple of successes, also in more water-rich communities, I must say there is a modern versions of cloth nappies where you just use the inserts and things, but maybe people hasn't been exposed to that, to trial that with them. So it's very much a work in progress, I suppose.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lana. Thank you to all our speakers. You all did very well sticking to time. You actually gained us a few minutes on lunch. So I don't know if anybody has any kind of general comments or anything they'd like to raise now. Otherwise, we can break for lunch early. Yeah, sure.
Wow, folks, I can't believe we finished the second session bang on time as well, so well done to everybody. So we'll be having lunch now at 12:15 for an hour. So if you could start 5 minutes before the starting time, start filing back into the room, please. And then could we just ask that our guests visiting from the various traditional authorities, if we'll allow them to go first in the queue for lunch, and then the rest of us will follow. It's a buffet, and then find yourselves a seat around the dining area or outside as you wish. So thank you very much. And we'll see you after lunch.
I'll always be with you.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll just ask. Right, welcome back everyone. We're about to get started. Okay, now for the second half, I'm Tony Swemmer from SAON, chairing this session. And our first speaker is Professor Mark Collinson from WITS University. He has a very long history here with social, ecological, and health research. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Tony and Wayne, for inviting me. And as soon as I heard, I did want to come, and I think it's very good what you're discussing today. So thank you for me being here. My name is Mark Collinson, as he said, and I'll just tend to spend part of my few seconds on the slide to say that I'm part of two institutions here, and then you'll see why I do that. Because one is the local one, what we call Agincourt, the WITS Agincourt Research Unit, and that's the one based out in Bushbuckridge. And so I sort of am really representing that in my local capacity today. But also what I want to show is how it's linked to what we do here to national work. And so there's a network of groups like Agincourt called SAPRIN, and we'll come to that in a minute. So the sort of work, this is population health and economic well-being from a research point of view. It's a long and history, and intractable issues underpin and structural difficulties. But from a public health starting point, knowing who is dying from what causes of death is an important piece of data that is needed, and how this is changing. And then through research, understanding real threats to population health, because that's what is needed in policy terms. And then a different way of talking about poverty is socioeconomic well-being. So, but from that perspective, so i.e. from a poverty point of view, it's a relevant and tragic yet very important subject. How can we bounce back after COVID to be better than we were before? And then migration is on people's minds, and partly because it's what I do, I've included a bit there about how does migration impact on our community. So SAPRIN is a network of groups like Agincourt, and you see that this is a map of South Africa. And then at the top right, it says Agincourt Rural. That's the northeast of Mpumalanga, right here, between Mpumalanga and Limpopo, where we are standing. And so, and what is happening at Agincourt is the population, the community is involved, and has been for about 30 years now in voluntary participation of being visited, so that every household is visited on an annual basis, and then there's a phone call to top up information about who's dying, who's born, and who's migrating in and out. You see, that's what those questions were that I was telling you about. But then at all of these nodes in other parts of South Africa are an Agincourt one replicated. And now in Gauteng, there's the beginning of, our first node, urban node in Gauteng. And before long, by the end of this year, there will be 6 harmonized nodes. So the work happening in Bushbuckridge is in harmony with other research work that is in a way feeding into policy and relevant ministries, and also provincial and district levels. So this is what, in a way, is part of the research. But now let me come back to Agincourt, although now what I'll show you in my last 2 slides are also nationally relevant. So I'm in public population health here. So my messages start off around burdens of illness and things where intervention is really needed and can help. So HIV, AIDS, and TB remain co-epidemics, and this, but to the work here is at our community level, going through the long treatment cycles that are involved there. And so we've been able to see a massive reduction in mortality because of AIDS, from AIDS and TB, and that's part of what we've been researching. But again, these long-term treatments, we must keep in mind that that's a necessary part of it. And when we speak about what to do, the public health has a part, and also community members have a part in their own health. Strokes are becoming at younger ages, and this is linked to hypertension and more heart attacks that have been occurring as a cause of death of people. So chronic disease, but also non-infectious disease. And now this lengthening of the illness means that many people now are in a condition of what we call chronics. Long-term health care is needed. Healthy aging is becoming a concern because the percentage of all our populations that are over the age of 50 now is growing each year, and also essentially because people are living longer. So at the same time, and for a different set of reasons, household sizes are getting smaller. So increasingly we must be thinking how to care for the elderly people in our populations. Mental health issues in the youth and vulnerable is a growing concern. Reproductive issues get tied into the mental health issues too. And then on this issue of poverty, one thing to think first, it's not the same for everybody here. There are poorer people living in a poorer part of the community, and there are, say, less poor people. So in the poorest, then amongst the poorest households, from a well-being point of view, the way for those people to improve from the research, it says the government grants are what are shifting those households, and also female migrant remittances. We could go into the reasons for that if we have more time, but then let me just say the poorer half, the better off poor, the less poor half, sorry, the better off, right? Those that are doing better, even in this poor community, are people with local employment and also people receiving remittances from male migrants. Now, shall I just read this? That means I've got a few seconds. Okay. So a last slide, and I'm synthesizing much, and it's not hard to get hold of me because I'm like Wayne and Tony and others here committed to research being active and worth something in community, so I can be back whenever you need me and respond to more information requests as needed. But where we work in this research area, there is public health care, but also social development and also home affairs, because one's legal status is crucial in being able to access the kinds of services, even for children, and schooling, and coordination between them. Some other things that are coming up relevant in our current working with policymakers. Long-term medication is not as easy for poorer parts of the community, and so blood pressure medication and things like that, how to manage those. Also, with high migrant situation, that's an important area where and the more we can make electronic patient records work, the better. Now, unemployment is a big issue for the country, as you know. Tackling this, young people, especially here, are very often migrating, and especially women and girls. So access to their safe and secure housing is crucial. You know, what we say is that the poor urban population and the poor rural population, if you fix either, if you work towards improving urban poverty, that's better for rural as well as in the other direction. So thank you very much. Informal sector, I would say, is the last thing, strengthening that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. We do have a bit of time if there are one or two questions. Thanks, E2.
Hi, thank you so much for that presentation. Just reflecting back to the long-term treatment stuff, right? Like HIV and TB and people who end up in chronic situations. Do you think there are, I don't know how to, there are situations where people don't necessarily have access to that, maybe because maybe, you know, like after the epidemic, you have a massive population, especially in the rural area, that are affected. And we understand that, you know, if you have 5 million people who are affected by the virus, then there needs to be 5 million ARVs for those people or treatment like that. Do you think there are cases where even the ARV supply for situations where the population is affected by the virus and they can't necessarily access it from the public hospital, further exacerbating the issue of like, okay, we have an intervention, we have treatment for everyone, but like, does everyone have access to it from the public space, or like public hospital space?
No, that's okay. Any other questions?
I just want to bring another curve to this. How many, I don't know if you have done that research, how many people that die in the rural areas and they never made it for the clinic or the hospital? I'll tell you why I'm asking you this. I think some other people will back me up here. Where there's death in the rural areas, but they didn't make it to the hospital. So, which means that did you count it, or do you know what is the cause?
That is a very insightful question, and I know both from what the researchers do and what the national government does, because I do work with Statistics South Africa and the Department of Health and the birth registration system. But as you rightly say, there's much that falls out of it. And that which falls out of that system is actually what health planners need to know. And it may be as a health planner that you're saying this. Because, for example, children who die outside of the healthcare system there's some reason that there's a problem there, unless it's very, an unusual situation. So knowing what happens outside. So with the research that we do here at Agincourt, as what we call health and demographic surveillance, includes visiting people and asking who has died in this household. Has somebody died? And if yes, we ask get a consented process for a trained interviewer to interview that person to the closest caregiver of the deceased, and then they record that interview, and then that is analyzed to estimate what the most likely cause of death was. Not that that's for the person there, but at the population level, that is through validation, we can understand more about the cause of death through these research methods than is known in the system. And so what we do as researchers, we have to validate the national system. During the time of AIDS, which is where we ended up talking, it was a big gap between the state system and the what people knew and people in the hospitals knew. And part of the difference was that when there was a death, somebody would write, somebody died of a chronic lung infection or an acute lung infection, but actually it was HIV underpinning. And so that's why the records were out of sync. But slowly we're trying to correct that, but the research is important so then it's not just one area that is benefiting from the research. This is trying to say to the national, right, this is where we think your statistics might be out because of how you collected them.
Yeah. I'll say this also, in addition to what you say. Why I'm asking this question is that in more often that there's a language issue, and there's some sickness where they don't make it to the hospital. And then also, how's going to be the impact in terms of the policy? Because you do the research, then you influence the policy. For an example, there's something you can't translate, but you need to understand. So some of us, we want to record, but we don't even know what it is. There's no medical terms and every other things. For an example, I'll say it in my language. What is shifula? Would you understand it? But it will need me or someone down there that actually understands it. But because of that, where it comes from, it kills people, but never recorded. So how is going to influence the policy? That's what I'm trying to talk about.
All right, thanks. Yeah, we're going to have to cut it off there for the sake of time. Thanks. Now we move on to the other professor of WITS Rural Facility, and that's Wayne Twine. He certainly deserves a slot in the program since he's the mastermind of today. And Wayne's going to speak to us about the links between human livelihoods and the environment.
I think by the end of today you're going to get tired of hearing my voice, but thank you, Tony. And Mark has set the scene for my talk because the work that I'm going to report on was nested within the Agincourt Health and Socio-Demographic Surveillance System. And I'm going to be talking on the livelihood-environment relationships in Bushbuckridge. And the aim of this research was to gain a deeper understanding of the dynamic interactions between people and the natural environment in rural communities. We have a number of research questions that we're addressing. Firstly, how do rural households use and benefit from the local environment? And we refer to those as ecosystem services. What are the key drivers of household reliance on ecosystem services for their livelihoods? What are the role of ecosystem services in household coping strategies in response to crises, which we refer to as shocks and stresses? In other words, how does it contribute to household resilience? And then, how will environmental change, which obviously includes climate change, impact on household access to ecosystem services, and how will that impact on human well-being? So we call this project SUCCESS. It's an acronym for Sustainability in Communal Socio-Ecological Systems. It's a mouthful, but it really captures the notion of this relationship between the social and the ecological component of these systems in communal areas. And so this is a household panel or a cohort of about 590 households that are nested within the Agincourt system. And the study is also linked with environmental monitoring. And so we've sampled from 9 a sample of 9 villages across the rainfall gradient here in Bushbuckridge. So for those of you who know the geography, that's Xanthia village near Bushbuckridge Nature Reserve. Here's Justicia near Sabi Sand. So it spans a west-east rainfall gradient as well. And so these also represent villages of different sizes. And we had a sample of about 8% of households in each of the villages. And so we've done 7 survey rounds now, 5 annually from 2010 to 2014, and then we repeated again in 2019 and 2021 with a detailed household livelihood survey questionnaire. So I could spend all day talking about the various results we found, so I'm going to have to limit myself to 2 that I think you'll find interesting. So the first of all is the contribution of land-based livelihood strategies to livelihoods, because sometimes we think of rural households as primarily being farming or land-based livelihoods. And what we found was if you quantify the financial value of environmental products, livestock and crops, what's interesting is that the natural resources like firewood, etc., that households consume, if you convert it to rands and cents, it's livelihood sources such as migrant labor, remittances that Mark was talking about. And that would also include things like social grants and local employment. That's the use value. When you look at cash generation, most across all households actually generate very little regular cash from their crop production. It's mainly for household consumption. Livestock are important, but not necessarily as a livelihood income stream, but more as a savings and as an insurance policy. But interestingly, more households, or a greater proportion of household income was generated from selling wild products like marula beer, for example, than the generation of income from crops when averaged across households. So some take-home messages there. Environmental products and natural resources make a greater contribution to livelihoods than agriculture for most rural households. Of course, there will be agrarian households who would be the exception. If you average across the population, that environmental products make a bigger contribution. And land-based livelihood sources are important not as a mainstay for most households, but as a safety net. And we'll hear a bit more about safety nets in the talk that follows mine as well. So it's less about a major income source, but more as a safety net to supplement the livelihood. And then the final one I want to talk about, we've heard mention already of Fuelwood. So we've been tracking these roughly 6 households over a decade. And one of the aspects of the resource use that we're interested in is firewood use. This use fuelwood, even when it's declined from about 93 to about 80% who even occasionally use fuelwood. So it's still a widely used energy source, despite the massive rollout of electrification, such that almost all households now have access to electricity. And that's primarily economic reasons. Here we've looked at the percentage of households using fuelwood at different frequencies. This is just fuelwood using households. And what we see is over time, the percentage of households using fuelwood more than once a week, in other words, declined constantly to 2019, and the percentage using it regularly less than once a month. 2021, after some study is that despite near total electrification, the use of fuelwood is still widespread, and this is primarily as a cost-saving strategy. And it highlights the importance of the intervention we heard about the fuel-efficient stoves as people make this transition out of energy from biomass to electricity. Fuelwood use has declined modestly, and frequent use increased during and after the COVID pandemic, once again highlighting this important safety net role of biodiversity resources for rural households, such as the case with Fuelwood. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Wayne. Wayne did go slightly over his instructed 5 minutes, but only slightly, so we can take questions. Any questions? Yeah, Alan.
Thanks. So just your graph on the right, the use of fuelwood. to me, just eyeballing it, it actually looks like they use wood across it all the time. You know, it's not, I find it difficult to see a trend that it went down and up, but it just, I think, brings back your point about people wanting to use wood, and that it's part of that system, and that it's going to do that all the time. What, because are you looking at trying to break that, or what?
So I mean, I think we're just trying to understand the drivers of this resource use pattern, because it obviously has environmental implications, but also human health implications. And so there's a trade-off. So households are saving money by using fuel wood, and when we've asked households who have electricity but cook with wood what their main reason for doing so is, it's almost always economic. Some people give cultural reasons, but the main driver is the economic use. So they're mixing the energy systems using electricity for low energy appliances, but for cooking and heating water, those appliances would be much more expensive, stoves, geysers, kettles, and so they're using electricity for those. And I think we don't want to, although we're showing that fuel use enables households to save money, we're not making the case that we then should keep people in a biomass using energy system and not place a strain on the national electricity grid. But while households are transitioning, we need to understand what is driving these resource use patterns and finding ways in which we can increase the use efficiency, and this speaks to the fuel efficient stove story. And then also understanding what are the health costs to cooking on biomass. So both addressing the environmental and the human health components of that. I think in time, the transition will happen, regardless of what, it will basically be driven by socioeconomic realities. As fuel wood becomes more and more difficult to acquire, more and more expensive to buy, people will move over to other energy sources. But in the interim, we need to provide opportunities for people to use fuel wood in a more efficient and health-preserving way as well.
Thanks again, Wayne. Okay, so, I don't know how to ask this question, but I'm going to try to. So, I mean, it's very common, like we've seen most projects and most of us have done some level of fuel wood studies. And I think if anything is emphasized through the work is that people will literally use wood, I don't know, probably forever. But, also the other issue is the fact that most people, like just areas like Bushbuckridge, the communities are still confined within the former homelands. There's not necessarily access to land, right? And then there's like a sprawl. The settlements are spreading. The kids are getting out of their homes. They're getting their own stands, and areas that would historically be allocated for fuel wood harvesting or for medicinal plants being allocated to settlements, right? And just moving forward from this, just like the current social climate in Southern Africa, don't you think these kinds of issues within communal lands is a further justification for a lot more effective land reform practices to ensure that land is being opened up for black communities to get into for whatever reason that may be, either for settlements or for getting access to resources? And I'm not talking about like farms or conservation area. Do you think there's land out there to allow black communities to get everything that they need just through effective land reform processes to allow for these kinds of practices to still manifest themselves, but also incorporating sustainable resource use while expanding into those areas?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a similar issue to the grazing issue, the trade-off between the use of land for grazing and the need for expansion of settlements. And it speaks to the land shortage, which has a political history with the homelands, where the majority of South Africans were crammed onto 13% of the land surface of the country. And so land reform has got to be part of that, part of the solution. Otherwise, we're sort of tinkering on the fringes, whereas the main issue is just the sheer numbers of people relying on diminishing resource base. Then there are also interventions that we're looking at in terms of improving the efficiency of use, and that's the active management of the resources. So I had a PhD student looking at community-based management of coppice regeneration, the resprouting, to improve the efficiency. But that, once again, needs to be coupled with also having communities have access to more resources. And yeah, there's not an easy solution because the available land is not always necessarily where the people are. So once again, there's no single solution, but these have all got to be integrated from a multifaceted response.
Thanks, Wayne. Okay, time to move on. So our next speaker is also from WITS University, Fararai Ruseri, also working on the same broader project, and he's speaking on food security.
Thank you, Tony. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to talk about my work that I'm doing with Laurie, Mark, and Wayne on food security resilience in rural Bushbuckridge, South Africa, patterns, trends, climate variability, and COVID-19. I'm going to try to do this in 5 minutes and 6 slides. So as an introduction, I would say Bushbuckridge faces significant socioeconomic challenges for sustainable livelihood development, and this is because of rapid population growth as well as limited economic opportunities. You find out that these conditions have led to persistent issues of food insecurity, and as you know, globally, we are now faced with global challenges of climate variability, and these are significantly affecting even subsistence agriculture. And recently, of late, we had the COVID-19 pandemic, which added an additional burden to the global challenges as well as to food security. So first, with these intertwined factors that have resulted in increased vulnerability among local people in Bushbuckridge, and also the lack of integrated assessment of these factors that are hindering the formulation of effective strategies to enhance food security resilience in the region. I then decided to formulate this research question that what are the specific patterns and trends in food security in this rural area northeast of South Africa, and how has climate variability and the COVID-19 collectively impacted or influenced the resilience of food insecurity in this region. And to answer this question, I had to use data from the success study, which this data was collected from 2010 to 2014, 2019, and 2021. And also to look at the environmental conditions in this study area, I had also to look at the climate data. So I used data from the 3 weather stations that are surround the study area. And to sort of analyze this data, I had to look at the patterns and trends of food security as well as climate. Then also I had to identify the drivers of food security in this region. In terms of significant results or major results, on a positive note, I would say there's a general improvement of food security in the region from 2010 to 2021, with a significant increase in food security in 2021 compared to 2019. That was even during the COVID period. In terms of climate, I would say there are no clear defined trends for rainfall, but there is clear signs of increased variability. And also of late, there is significant abandonment of subsistence agriculture. When we compare the results for success from 2014 to 2019, there was a significant drop in subsistence agriculture. But this significantly increased in subsistence agricultural activities, significantly increased again in 2021. Another key result is that social grants, local and migrant employment as well as wealth profiles were the major drivers of food security. And I would say subsistence agriculture proved to be an important fallback strategy in terms of crisis and shocks. This is what we observed during the COVID period. So as a take-home message, I would say availing non-farm employment and economic opportunities in rural households has potential to improve purchasing power and ultimately food security. And also, I would say diversification of livelihoods emerged as a critical aspect of resilience among food-secure households. And lastly, I would say the increased protection measures, such as the expansion of social grants by the South African government, played a crucial role in improving or bolstering the food security resilience of rural households, especially during the pandemic. I thank you.
Thanks, right on time. There's plenty of time for questions.
Does anyone know the population size of Bushbuckridge? Oh, sorry. Does anyone know what is the population size of Bushbuckridge? Besides the 600,000 we see from Statistics SA. It's been there for like, I don't know, since, I don't know.
I'm not sure of the population of Bushbuckridge, but what I know is that the Agincourt HDSS has a population of about 120,000 people.
I think in the census, the last census, it was about 600,000. What they do is they produce a mid-year estimate based on the trends. This is Statistics South Africa. So you need to not just see the census, but what's the updated estimation since then. And later this year, we'll get the new census. But of course, we are, you know, we expect there might be an undercount in the new census. And that's... No, it's been changing. And I'm just saying, I don't know what it is now. If you actually do what they say it is now, which is the mid-level estimates. But I can have a look at that and let you know. At Agincourt, the population is growing by about 1% a year. All right, because people are leaving but also coming back. And fertility's come down. So in fact, this populations here are quite stable. It's not emptying, which you might expect, and it's not growing like population explosion like you might expect. So if things stay fairly stable, don't be too surprised. But I expect it's grown. I expect it's grown about 1 or 2% a year every year since the last census.
Any more questions? No. Okay, thanks. So our next speaker is from University of Pretoria. Oh, is that the right one? Yeah. And that's Dina speaking to us about zoonotic diseases. Thanks.
Good afternoon. So just to introduce myself, I'm a scientist and I'm very cold today. So if I sound shaky, I'm just freezing. And also I love research and I definitely love details. So sticking to 5 slides, that was a nightmare to me, but I will do my best. So I'm a part of a big project called the R01 project that involves different universities and departments. And the main focus of the project is zoonotic tick-borne pathogens contribute to acute febrile illnesses in a rural community in South Africa. So the main hypothesis of the project is that a significant proportion of non-malarial acute febrile illnesses in the Missinng community is or can be attributed to tick-borne diseases. So the project focuses on human side and animal side. So for that, every month we sample blood from human patients that they show up at the Khulufukani Medical Clinic. And twice a month we sample blood and ticks from dogs and cattle. And twice a year we catch rodents. And because of the time limitation here, I'm going to only focus on the human and the rodent part of the project. So for that, for that part of the project, we wanted to characterize the bacterial microbiome in the blood of AFI patients and rodents from three different habitats in the Missinng community. So why did we choose the Missinng community? Missinng community is one of the rural areas in South Africa that falls at the human livestock and wildlife interface. Rodents are very abundant and widespread in the area. More than 70% of household owners confirm that they usually see rodents in or around their houses, and many AFI cases has been reported in the clinics in the area, and there is little known about the zoonotic bacteria and causing agents of the AFI in the Missinng community. And why did we choose rodents? Rodents are everywhere. You find them everywhere, and they are reservoirs and hosts of different zoonotic pathogens. So the aim of the project was to characterize the bacteria community in the blood of acute febrile illnesses patients, and also the blood from rodents, targeting the 16S, and then identify the bacterial or pathogens that cause zoonotic diseases, and also find out what factors actually driving the bacteria community structure and also bacteria species diversity. So for that, every month we collect samples from patients who come to the clinic at Khulufukani Health Center, and we collect blood. And then for the rodents, twice a year, we collect rodents. We sampled in 4, you can see the red circles. These are the sampling sites. So it's 4 villages and 1 nature reserve, Maniality. And that make like 3 different habitats. So we collect it from the houses, we call it the village habitat, and from the croplands, and we call it grazing habitat, and from the nature habitat, which is Maniality Nature Reserve. So once the blood is collected, DNA is extracted, and then DNA extracts are screened targeting 16S. I'm not going to go through all the fancy details that I'm still myself learning, because I'm a parasitologist and taxonomist by passion. So this is my colleague part of the project. So for the results from the blood from the AFI patients, we recorded, or the sequences that we obtained, we recorded 5 different species of the genus Bartonella, and a new sequence that represent a new genus in the family Rickettsia. And both these, both genuses, they are known to cause zoonotic diseases. As for the results from the rodent blood, we recorded more than 68 bacterial species, and we found that there is a significant difference between habitats when it comes to bacteria structure community and species diversity. And as for the bacteria taxa that we found, you can see that we also detected Bartonella, different species of Bartonella, and the same species that occurred in the rodent blood, it's also recorded from the human samples. So in conclusion, we can say that our study demonstrated a highly diverse bacterial microbiome in the blood of the human patients and the rodents, and that habitat types is the main or we can say it's the main factor that drives the abundance of the bacteria species and bacteria diversity. We also detected some opportunistic bacteria, zoonotic bacteria, and also some bacteria that are beneficial for the host. And our findings actually confirm that rodents are a reservoir of pathogenic bacteria in the Missinng community, but the problem is we only scratch the surface. Like we still, the diversity of the microbiome in the blood of rodents in the Missinng area is still poorly understood, so we need to do more research on that. So I would like to thank our funders, all the institutions that, or agencies that help our project, and a special thanks to our fantastic rodent team and to our collaborators at Washington State University. This is just an example for some of the articles, conference posters, and oral presentations that generated from the project. The project also generated lots of like small projects for masters and PhD students, and also postdocs like myself. And we are very pleased that we managed to design and develop a poster. You can see the poster is in English and also Shangani. And the poster, just to raise awareness in the community that rodents, it's not only a problem for their gardens and croplands or their like a pest only. No, it's also it's a reservoir, and it carries zoonotic pathogens that also make people sick. So this is to raise awareness in the community, and these posters are displayed and distributed in different schools, daycare centers, and clinics in the area. And yeah, thank you. I hope I made it.
Thanks, you just made it. And there is time for a question or two. Alan?
Thanks. Sorry, how many rodent species did you sample?
We were limited to the indigenous species, so they told us if it's ratus, catch whatever you want, even if 1 million. So we were happy with that. Then we were allowed to catch gerbils, mastimus. Mastimus is one of the most common species in the 4 villages that we trapped in, and Scastomus, or the pouch mouse. But we weren't allowed to catch a single striped mouse for some reason. I don't know. Yeah. Sorry? Yes, Ethemus also, yes.
It's just interesting, the number of different bacteria between human, but how many species per rat species? And
yes, yeah. This is just like a preliminary results, so it's like a small part of the big project, yeah, because they said 5 slides. So.
Thank you for the great presentation. So I wanted to know about the bacterial variation. Is there a bacterial variation in communities when we are comparing like the one in the game reserve and the one within the community members?
Yes, we tried first to run analysis to see if there is a difference in the same village, but there is no significant difference. But there were a significant difference in the bacteria species and diversity between the village habitat, which is the houses, and the nature reserve, which is Maniality, and in the same time between the crops and Maniality.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, how dangerous is the bacteria? And another thing, you know, bacteria, they can be a strain. Does it change or it remains the same, like it's the same strain throughout with the DNA testing?
For the first part of the question, like bacteria can make you really sick. you know. But the problem is some people, they think, I ate something that didn't settle with me, you know. So they take, let's say, antibiotics or whatever. So the cases are not properly reported in Africa and in South Africa. It's not like in the rest of the world. Everyone in the rest of the world, if they get sick, they run immediately to the doctor. So the cases there is much reported and well dealt with compared to what we have here. Because as I said in my last conclusion, that it's still poorly understood in Africa and also in South Africa. And what was the other question, sorry? Yes, yeah. So we detected some sequences that is like, let's say, 95% related to a certain bacteria. So we need to do like more analysis or more PCRs. I don't want to bring all the fancy stuff that my colleagues in Pretoria they use, but we need to do like further research so we can determine if it's the same strain that was reported in the gene bank, for example, or not. The same thing with the new sequence that we found. It's related to one of the reported bacteria before, but we're still in the process of like analyzing and figure out. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. We now have another talk from Conservation South Africa, and this is Monica Tabine speaking to us on Connections for Nature.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monica Mtabine from Conservation South Africa. So I'm going to talk you through Conservation for Nature. My presentation, I made a mistake and I sent the one that I've done and I've updated it and resent the very same one instead of sending the correct one, but it's fine. I'll take you through. So we are running our scout program in Nisi area and Amashangan, that side of Utah, Dixie, with 5 villages. We have over 600 scouts. So our challenges, you can see the interview. Our challenges is that our youth have limited connection to nature, and they also have environmental degradation in communities and limited exposure to recreation. Like there's very limited connection between the communities and the protected areas where we live in. So our interventions that we using, we do it through environmental education, through interactive activities like hikes and camps, where our camps, we do it in the protected areas because there's a barrier, there's a boundary between the two between the communities and the protected areas. Most of the young people don't have like access to go to the protected areas, so there's a lot of challenges whereby where they see the protected areas, they see it as an opportunity to do poaching and interact to things that are not relate like that. Okay. I'm nervous, guys, and I'm feeling cold. Okay, so as I was saying, there's no connection. There were limited connection between the protected areas and the communities. So we came in as Conservation South Africa to create connection between the two, so that the communities see value in looking after the protected areas by having access to the protected areas, whereby our scouts do the hikes outside the protected areas and also do the camping and hikes inside the protected areas, so that they can see the value of protecting both protected areas and communal land. We also, our activities are focusing on the life skills, the self-esteem, the empowerment of our youth. We also take pride and confidence, making sure that the youth are able to go beyond, do things in their communities without going to Joburg, because there's opportunities where we are living in. And also our program have come with new experiences where our scouts having opportunities to participate on the A-Link project, JSE, and travel to Germany. And also there's extra curriculum activities and academic support. We do that by using the Scouts module and also CSA module. With the Scouts module, we focus more on the Scout laws, because that's where they take pride to their bodies, and also to value themselves, and also value the environment. And also with the CSA, we also have to, we have opportunity to interact in a small groups where we see them every week, and also they have a sense of belonging, because we come to ensure that they have comfort, they are able to say their voices, and we develop a sense of we don't and send, so they have an opportunity to feedback how they feel. They see the challenges and how we can make it work for both conservation and people. Environmental education to educate our scouts, and also the conservation agreement are one of the tools that we are using, and the One Health module, we teach them to take pride with the body, to look after the animals, and also look after the environment. At the top slide, you can see they are hiking in the communal land, whereby they get to learn about what's happening inside their communities where they are living in, because before they didn't see value of looking after. They knew that there's a small 5, but they didn't see a value of having a dung beetle in the community. But now they understand that you don't need to look after the big 5 in the protected area. You can also look after the small 5 that you are having in the communal land. Time is running out. So we learn by doing. You can see our hikes outside the protected areas, and also the game drives that we are doing inside the protected areas, where our partner Thorny Bush are sponsoring our program. At the top right is our scouts shining, doing the A-Link program. And also the very same scouts you can see there at the middle, they were in Germany. They just came back 3 days ago. Yeah, so you can see the faces. There's the same people. They've been in the journey, and I'm seeing progress, which makes me happy. And also our scouts underneath looking beautiful, making a progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Monica? There's one at the back there.
Thank you for all your good work. Can I ask, with Scouts, how do you fund your Scouts? Because normally in other centers in South Africa and across the world, it's self-funded by parents. And how do you manage to have such a successful Scout program in our area?
Thank you, Penelope, for your question. So, for Under Conservation South Africa, our program is funded by CSA. I think Mike can talk through more about that. And also we are doing our Scout program under Mpumalanga. And for the opportunities that they're getting through, like to travel to Germany, it's sponsored by Mpumalanga because they have a good relationship with German embassy. So the other link is through Conservation South Africa.
Yeah, just to iterate that the actual scouting program and the scout groups is all under Mpumalanga Scouts, and they fundraise, they do fun walks and stuff to raise that amount. All the additional stuff is through partnerships with Thorny Bush Nature Reserve, Thorny Bush Community, Airlink, and additional funders. So the actual activities and the Germany and all those sorts of things are done through Mpumalanga Scouts, and the Scouts could do it themselves if they really wanted to, but we just support with additional sort of activities and things in terms of Conservation South Africa and partners. Not yet.
I have two that are towards getting a Springbok, so I'm crossing my thumb up. Thank you.
Thanks. Final talk of this session before we go out for tea. And this is from another long-term researcher in our area, this part of the world, Alan Gardner from the South African Wildlife College.
Great, thanks, Tony. Sorry, also my voice, like many it seems today, is recovering from flu. So, you know, it's really nice. The previous talk, we're actually very similar in many ways because we're coming more from the background of teaching rather than the research side. But also just about all the talks today, you know, Wayne asked me, why is yours in this section? And I was like, well, it's about One Health, which is easily accepted today. But if we look back in time, and I just want to emphasize this, you know, so 5,000 years ago, 5 to 3,000 years ago, the Greeks had the mother of all life, and that was known as Gaia. And that has formed a number of times since then. I've just illustrated more recent ones after that period. So this is obviously something in society that is coming up time and time again. But how do you put it in practice? Because I think societies have collapsed many times. So does this just mean that this is part of our cycle? So, you know, as I say, we've got ecology is actually came from the economies of living things. And we sort of have taken it away from that and put it into what is ecology? Whereas in fact it came from the economics and economies of it. And that was in 1866. And then in 1969, Lovelock, I think his name was, he looked at Gaia again and he came up with the Gaia theory, which really is, look, we're part of the system and it's all interconnected. And so that came out in 69. And then the next term for it was sort of transdisciplinarity in 1970, which was again trying to emphasize we need to connect things. And then the vets, they also realized there's something outside just the animal. And so they came up with the term One World, One Health. And it was easy to take the One Health part of that, and it's much more friendly to us to utilize, to use that word than any of the others that have come before. So we all understand that we've got this problem. We're all interconnected. And as I say, that Greek god, she's depicted, I've taken the most friendly looking one, but some of the old ones are really make her look a bit evil, but she's really protecting and looking after the earth. And if we don't do that, we all realize that's why we're having this type of thing, that it's all connected. So how do we do that at the college? Let's take it, which is how do we take that principle now and embed it in our system? And that's where we're looking at these 6 objectives of our studies. And that is to develop meaningful applied research projects, term longitudinal studies to improve professional practice in conservation, to develop HET material appropriate for the conservation industry, the use of innovative technologies such as Esri, spatial monitoring and reporting tools, Earth Ranger, drones, etc. We've got a whole lot of technologies we need to look at, to produce a workable method for data storage and sharing within the SAWC. You know, it's hard enough just within an institute. And then to use training time in a realistic applied learning environment and improve our education, training, and teaching methods. So that's what we want to try and achieve out of what we're doing. And to do that, each of the projects, the themes are different, but they form the same principles. So it's all about principles. It doesn't matter what project you do. And you've seen that today. We've had, everyone has produced a different project. But there's a theme behind it, what we're trying to do. And so how do we formulate that for our projects? And so that it also becomes a teaching aid right through to the higher education side. And so it will cover, each of those projects will cover personal competencies, management planning and administration, use of technology, the social dimension, which has been a big part of today, and we all recognize all these things, responsible resource use and resource protection as well. So these are all needs to be components of what we're looking at. And we have developed them along those lines. And so the themes that we've decided to go along, taking into account all those principles, are a regenerative or planned grazing, which is a route to restoring ecosystem services and biodiversity in the Lowveld. So this project we've already started, and we're 3 years now into, this is our 3rd year of collecting information on that project. Climate change, what is happening, because there is just so many questions in that topic. Resilient landscape, resilient communities, community-led landscape management. And this is a project which those of you who know Alna, she's leading up more to the northern side of Kruger. The protection of endangered species, and in this we're using a particular example, but again, the principles applied no matter what you use, which is the vultures in this case. Resource protection activities on Kempiana using an inclusive, responsible and holistic approach. So again, even in resource protection, how do you, the social aspects, etc., bring that on board? And then lastly, towards a sustainable environment on the SAWC campus. Again, if you can't do it at home, how are you going to take it out to others? And so just to end off with, and this I've just taken because we really at the beginning of this phase, as I say, the one project is 3 years into it. The climate change, this is our 1st year now that one has started. And the others are mostly in the initial stages. So those are some of the first articles that are coming out, but there will be many taking into many aspects from the social right through. And then the general outputs are making a difference in our transfer of skills and make an impact on our ability to produce a healthy lifestyle. Thanks.
Thanks, Alan. Nearly time for tea, but we do have time for questions. No questions. Definitely time for tea and coffee. Oh, Wayne.
I'm just interested to hear a bit more about your planned grazing project, Alan.
So that is out towards the Gravelot area, and there we've got somebody who's very keen on planned grazing, but is already not in the commercial, but is a practicer. Okay, so I know it's really difficult to control things in many of the community environments, And so there's many of these questions that aren't, we still like are up there in a way, although many people have ideas about. And so we're looking at that also from not only the ecological, but the economic, what's taking place, the health side. And even, that's what all encompasses everything, the human-wildlife conflict, because there's all sorts of conflicts no matter where you are. In this case, it's the conflict of people coming in who are after warthog. And so the principles, that's why I said the principles are the same. How do you deal with that? These are major societal problems. And in this case, it's, I can almost say, mafia associated with warthogs. How do we deal with that? So it encompasses many of those aspects. Right.
Okay, thanks. Well, let's leave it there then for this session. A big thanks to all our speakers again who all stayed on time. And we now break for tea for 30 minutes, same place, and then back for the final session after that. Just before you go, if anyone here is going to Palabora afterwards, please just let me know. Someone's looking for a lift. Thanks.
I'll always be with you.
everybody for agreeing that
Environmental Observation Network. I've noticed that the researchers are the ones who are actually going over time. And I've also noticed here that I've got 15 slides lined up. Anyway, so this is some research, long-term research we've been doing around fuelwood use in the area, and huge amount of data that's been collected by our field assistants listed over there. So obviously, lots of different uses of the rangelands, the open area around villages, and this has been spoken on, and they all come with their own challenges, and we focused on fuelwood use specifically. So why would we want to do research on fuelwood use? And that's simply because there's been so much concern about deforestation and the fact that fuelwood might run out. And also, as we heard in Wayne's talk earlier, fuelwood remains the primary energy in these areas as it does through much of the developing world. So since going back to, in our area, back to even the 1980s, there were predictions that fuelwood harvesting is not sustainable and that soon all the trees that are being used would die. So that's really the problem. Are we moving from a situation where the land around villages is savanna with thick bush and tall trees to one where there's basically hardly any trees, or the trees are too small to be used for fuelwood? And the research actually is that actually happening? Is that actually a problem? So to answer that, we set up a very simple research project which simply involved measuring how much is being cut of Alfredine village on a continuous basis. And so my team who live there and other assistants go out to permanent research plots, and they measure what's being cut every 2 to 3 months. Doing this at Velferdine village, there's a number of reasons why we chose Velferdine. It's just down the road here on the way to Open Gate. I won't get into why we chose it for, but fuelwood use there is in the show clearing for cultivation, and the ones in reds are where we're currently measuring different distances from the village, different sides of the village. So how would we know if fuelwood harvesting is not sustainable? What would be our indicators of there being a problem? And there's 3 that I've used. One is simply that the amount of wood being harvested every year would go down. Obviously, if it's running out and you're harvesting at full capacity, you're going to get less every year. No different to, say, how fishing declines when fish stocks decline. You might also have a situation where you're still getting enough wood, but you have to harvest smaller and smaller pieces. So that would kind of be an early warning. So a decline in stem diameters, the size of the pieces of wood being cut, would be an early indication of a problem. And also with species as well. If you see that harvesters are no longer able to harvest the same species, it means they're being forced to leave their preferred species because they're running out and harvest other species that they wouldn't normally harvest. So what have we found? The amount of wood has been pretty consistent. We started this in 2009, so we've got annual data from 2010 onwards. And when we estimate the total amount of wood coming off this land, and I've just expressed it here as kilograms of dry wood per hectare, it bounces up and down from year to year. And I think we have some issues in our data. We weren't able to sample our full complements of plots in some years. But overall, the trend is pretty consistent at around 350, 400 kilograms per year. So it doesn't seem to be declining. Likewise, the size of the stems being cut has not really changed. It's been pretty consistent, around 4 to 4.5 centimeter thickness. And that's kind of the standard size that you cook with in these areas. And then the species being harvested have not changed much at all. One species there in particular, the common false thorn, is the dominant one harvested, and it's remained that way. And we don't see a big decline in any of the other commonly harvested species. Okay, so the land appears to be capable of supplying back whatever wood is being cut each year. And actually, a bigger concern, I think, is not actually the capacity of the land, of the rangeland, it's the loss of the rangeland to other land uses. So here, for example, on a Google Earth image, you can see how the village has expanded in this particular area, just as an example, where you have, with the village growth, you have more land being used for housing or for fields. And so the amount of land available to fuelwood harvesters is declining. That's just a brief preliminary thing we did, looking at how much the cultivated area around the village has increased. So my take-home messages to end off: fuelwood harvesting does, under current conditions, seem to be stable. So that doesn't necessarily mean that fuelwood harvesting doesn't have any impacts at all. It's just that that vegetation is able to regrow whatever's been cut. There are obviously other impacts, such as the loss of tall trees, which you see there, and a change in the vegetation structure and other potential impacts on biodiversity. And the second big message is that we should actually be focusing more on land use change and how does the village balance the competing needs of land for wood and grazing versus land for housing and cultivation. Thanks, I'll end there.
Let's see if there's any questions. Shall we start there and then we go there?
Thank you. I'm a little ignorant about the species of wood that's used, but is one able to cultivate areas of land where you plant that or propagate it in some way?
Yeah, I suppose you could. And I think there were, many decades ago, there was interest in creating woodlots where you would specifically plant. I don't know if it's really necessary here because you're not losing species, but I think one interesting area is if there is going to be more abandonment of cultivation, so fields being abandoned, then you've got these old fields that have no, so looking at planting into those to increase the supply, I think could be an option. These species, most of them, they germinate quite readily and grow reasonably fast, so I think just using the local species could work for that.
Tony, looking at your graphs there, can we also attribute some of the firewood used to the ESCOM challenges we are having right now? For example, I see from, I think, 2014 to 2014 to 2019, there was a significant decline. And I think during that period, load shedding was sort of minimal. And from 2019 to up around now, that increase or sort of that increase might also be attributed to load shedding. And also partly because there's now more demand for probably firewood from people who wouldn't also use firewood. Is there possibly a link on that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. You know, when Wayne's slides, he showed how up to 2021, the use of electricity, or the use of fuelwood had decreased, so people were making that transition. And now maybe that has been reversed in the last 2 years. And certainly we see in 2021, we had our highest value ever. We haven't got 2023 yet. But we were actually there yesterday speaking to some people, and they were saying, yeah, that, you know, with load shedding now, they're definitely just using wood. So I think it's definitely a factor, yeah.
Tony, I just wanted to ask, how fast is the vegetation like being destroyed at this point? Like in 10 years, where do you see if it carries on the way it has been?
We haven't properly quantified the land use conversions. So, you know, when we're losing rangeland to fields or whatever, it's actually not going that fast around Velferdingt in particular. I think there was fast changes about a decade ago, but now it seems to have stabilized a bit. So there's definitely, it is happening still, but it seems to have slowed down, and perhaps that's because of population growth slowing down, but I'm not really sure.
Tony, do you have like any measurements of effort? So, because it could be that it's more effort as time progresses to collect.
Yeah, no, that is true. I mean, so this is the current picture, but maybe things will change. And at this particular village, the farm next door was land claimed about 15 years ago. So they got an extra resource that's now being used, but it is further away. Yeah. So it's actually a great study. I mean, we did look at distances harvesters were walking many years ago, and it's time for a follow-up to see if that's increased.
Final question, Martin. Do we have time? Yes. I just wanted to ask your involvement, or have you involved the traditional authorities in any of this and got them to walk out with you when you're doing the surveys? Do they know about the data? Because as the traditional authorities, they are often stopping illegal firewood harvesting, or the custodians of the land. So I just wanted to know their involvement in any of this.
Yeah, so they're aware of it. We've been pretty bad at giving feedback, but we have now recently, and I don't know. They still have a rule: you may not cut live wood, and they do fine people for that. So a lot of fieldwood harvesters complain about that. But I have no idea about how effective that is. If it's just sort of nominal. Now and again, you give a little fine, or if it's actually having a significant impact on the rate of harvesting, and it possibly is, but I have no idea.
Thank you so much, Tony. And up next is then Wayne again. Thanks, Tony.
So I'm going to be talking about vegetation trends in Bushbuckridge, and that follows on nicely from Tony's talk. And I won't be reporting just on one study, but drawing some data from various studies that WITS has been involved in over the years. So I'll be looking at 3. But just to say that we know that there's variation in the vegetation structure and state around villages. So on the outskirts of villages, you often have these areas that look denuded, and people are often tempted to think that that's deforestation, but very often those are abandoned fields. And those trees, they are trees that were left in the cultivated fields. And in fact, many of these are sort of recovering or regenerating abandoned fields. So that's just one point to make there. But as you move away from the village, you often find these areas probably similar to the fuelwood harvesting areas that Tony was talking about, where there's a lot of regrowth. So the fuelwood harvesting isn't resulting in deforestation, but it's changing the structure of the vegetation. You have a lot of this kind of shrubby thicket, and very often that overshadows or shades out the grass, and so you have poorer grazing forage availability in that vegetation, and lots of big trees, which obviously provide important ecosystem services like wild fruit and other services. And then as you move away from the village, you often find more intact, more variated savanna with tall trees. And of course, what is of concern in some cases is the potential conversion of these kinds of savannas into this, if you're concerned about biodiversity. But of course, from a fuelwood perspective, this is actually quite a good state, because there's a lot of usable stem sizes in that kind of vegetation. But we're wanting to understand what the trends are in the vegetation across the landscape. And so this is quite an old study now, but this was Kruger, a PhD student of WITS. She looked at land cover change in Bushbuckridge. So this is the eastern part of these maps here. And what you see is the pink is the settlements. So you can see the rapid expansion of settlements over the decade that she looked at. And then the purple areas are the heavily impacted vegetation, such as the coppice thickets that I just showed you in the previous slide. And then the more intact thicket and bushland and intact woodland with the orange and the green certainly contracted around many of the villages. So there's definitely a change in the vegetation structure, and some of that change may be regarded as undesirable from certain perspectives. But we wanted to track things at a local level, so we established some permanent vegetation monitoring plots linking with our success villages. And so we've got 56 plots that where we sample the tree woody vegetation and also the grass layer. I won't go into the methods that we use, but These are the locations of the plots, and we surveyed these in 2012, 15, 17, and 2019. And unfortunately, when I was putting my slides together in the last minute, I had an issue with the last 2 years of data. So I'm just going to present comparing those same plots between 2012 and 2015, looking at the size class. In other words, the diameter, the size, the width of the stems in the plots, converting it to average number of stems per hectare. So as we would expect, you find many smaller stems. So this is less than 1 centimeter, 1 to 4, 5 to 10. But what we saw is over even just a space of 3 years, the density of small stems increased. Interestingly, there was not much impact that you could discern from the usable size class that's used for fuelwood. There wasn't a dramatic decrease there. Where there was a decrease was these kind of pole size trees, and obviously our concern is also the loss of very big trees. So there seems to be some bush thickening happening either through coppicing. So in other words, when you cut a stem, like Tony was referring to, you have the regeneration. The trees don't just die, they resprout, and in time these new shoots will be harvestable again. But there is also bush encroachment, perhaps exacerbated by heavy grazing. But of main concern really is the loss of the big trees. But I want to end with a good news story. We're not losing all the big trees. And there was a study by another PhD student who looked at marulas. And what she found was that the density of trees in people's yards, and she compared density of marulas of different size classes in homestead yards, people's cultivated fields, and in the rangelands. And what you notice is that the density of, particularly of juvenile and adult marula trees, was actually higher where the people are, not where the people aren't. Okay, it was in people's yards where they protect them, and even where they're left in people's fields like this. Even though the density may have been slightly lower than in the rangelands, it's still making an important contribution to the conservation of the species, and you have an indigenous agroforestry system here. And this highlights that, in this case, this particular species benefits from human activity and intervention because of the cultural taboos. You can't cut marula trees down without permission from the indunas because of the cultural value of the species. And so you have an indigenous cultural value system that contributes to the conservation of a species, and this provides an opportunity for conservation. And I think we need to be looking more broadly at what other kind of cultural values around biodiversity can be used to enhance conservation of species, and also to not make these kind of blanket assumptions that humans are always just destroying the environment. They're certainly modifying and influencing it, but we need to understand what the exact dynamics of those interactions and impacts are. So thank you very much.
Alan and I are just going to keep the mic here. With the last slide and the value of something like that for cultural reasons and maybe even for financial reasons and making of certain products, do you think that there is an opportunity, given the right way, to maybe get sort of carbon funding for people to plant certain trees in their landscapes? And if so, what would be the approach that you would take?
Well, that's an interesting but difficult question. I'm not a carbon credit expert, but I think marula does actually lend itself to cultivation. I know it's been explored elsewhere, like in places like Namibia with kind of selective breeding and replanting. But even as an incentive for people retaining these large marulas in their homestead yards and in the fields, maybe presents an opportunity. They also already do use marulas as kind of live fencing. For example, they grow from trudgeons. If you just make a pole out of a marula, that often takes root. But I need to give some thought as to what approach one would take to actually try and tap into the carbon market. But I don't know if the problem is the sheer scale that you need to be able to get to a level where you're generating carbon credits. But it's certainly worth something worth exploring, I think.
Let's chat more.
Yeah.
Thanks, Wayne. I can help also comparing that situation to sites in West Africa and Burkina Faso where there's no such thing as fallow land. So every single piece of land has been used in the past. It's just the age of fallow, and sort of the youngest you can get is 70 years. But it sort of looks like because there's selected trees there. So it's exactly the same situation where in the landscape you have trees that are used by people, in that case for oil. But are we approaching that? Because there's a lot of services and diversity that gets lost from those systems. And so it's not just about, okay, we've got these certain species, but how is the system functioning? And I think that's the type of thing that can be looked at also within there.
Yeah. No, thanks. That's a useful comment.
Thank you so much, Wayne. So up next is Romy.
Thanks, MT. Okay, so I'm going to do a presentation on a pilot study we conducted a couple of years ago now, but I think it's quite interesting and relevant to this landscape. It was a project on other effective area-based conservation measures, or OECMs, terrible acronym, that we piloted in the K2C, and it was a project done in collaboration with BirdLife South Africa, SANBI, DFFE, ourselves, the IUCN, and it was funded by the Leonardo DiCaprio Foundation. All right, so the problem overall. At the end of last year, signatory countries to the Convention of Biodiversity signed the Global Environmental Framework, or the Global Environment Framework, or the GBF. And one of the targets in the GBF is known as the 30 by 30 target, where countries are basically hoping or working to protect 30% of the planet by 2030. So that only gives us 7 years to try and protect 30% of the planet, using both protected areas, which I think we're all quite familiar with, and another mechanism known as other effective area-based conservation measures, or OECMs. So in the South African context, we're currently protecting about 9 to 10% of our total area. So we've got quite a way to go to reach 30% in 7 years. And then just to kind of bring it home to the local K2C context, we at the K2C are working on trying to secure ecological corridors that link the escarpments of Volkberg wilderness areas and Blader Canyon Nature Reserve with the greater Kruger, those areas in purple. So the argument is we're never going to reach these goals using only formal protected areas. As we know them, we need to get a little bit more creative and look outside the box. So hence where OECMs come in. So what is an OECM? First and foremost, they're not a protected area. So the big difference is with an OECM is that its primary goal or objective does not have to be biodiversity conservation. It can be a secondary outcome. And then there are 5 very specific criteria that an OECM need to meet to qualify. They need to have clear boundaries that are geographically delineated, a legitimate governance authority of some kind. They need to be managed to some degree. They need to be sustained over the long term as much as possible. And then they obviously need to be effective in terms of conserving biodiversity. But the problem is, how do we go about assessing this in the South African context, or the global context, but specifically we're interested in South Africa, obviously. What existing sites would qualify as OECMs? So where are people ticking these boxes already? And then how would we report on this to the department for us to report on targets at a global level? So this pilot project looked at various sites across the K2C landscape to assess them against these 5 criteria and see how well they would qualify as an OECM. All right, so our methods was, it was quite an extensive stakeholder engagement process with various people in the biodiversity stewardship kind of network. We compiled a screening tool, which was basically a very detailed Excel spreadsheet that went through those 5 criteria and unpacked them that we could then sit with landowners and work through. We identified a variety of candidate OECM sites with differing ownerships and government models to assess. We then went and assessed 9 sites across the K2C region against these criteria, and sites were then either, we used like a robot system, they either ticked all the boxes and were green, definitely qualified as an OECM, or they were yellow, where they partially met the criteria and would need minor adjustments to get them in line, or they were red and failed to meet one or more of those characteristics effectively. And then just to give some insights. So our sites range from game farms or game reserves to community-owned land, ecotourism sites, late military site, a state-owned forestry site, and then an education institute, which was in fact WITS rural facility. Okay, and our results. So of the 9 sites that we assessed, 6 qualified, and we could report happily as OECMs. 3 did not qualify. One of those sites remained what we said remained a candidate OECM in that it needed very minor changes to be made, something like generating a management plan, which would then allow it to qualify. So of the over 27,000 hectares assessed in the landscape, just over 16,000 hectares qualified as an OECM, and then could therefore we could count as conservation estate, effectively. They represented 6 key biodiversity areas, 7 provincially critical biodiversity areas, incorporated 4 threatened ecosystems, and were within 3 strategic water source areas. And then the map just shows where these sites were across the landscape, and then the color system, whether they qualified, almost qualified, or did not qualify at all. You'll be pleased to know one of those tiny little green dots that qualified was WITS rural. Okay, so take-home message around OECMs. We definitely think they're a tool that we can use to recognize and strengthen existing conservation areas. So we don't need to go and necessarily reinvent the wheel. A lot of people are doing a lot of good work on the ground that are already contributing to conservation. So it's a way of recognizing that and strengthening that. And it's a global framework, so it's understood on a global context for support. It allows for the engagement of a much more diverse range of right holders and stakeholders to contribute towards conservation outside of protected areas. And this could obviously facilitate a more inclusive area-based conservation network across the landscape. It would definitely help us to contribute to South Africa meeting its 30 by 30 targets. We're probably under-reporting at the moment on how much land is under conservation. And then it provides a framework to transform sectoral practices. So there are a couple of studies that have been done now since this one, looking at things like certification schemes around maybe game ranching, for example. OECMs could be used as a benchmark for that. It's got the potential to unlock links to conservation financing because OECMs can have financial drivers behind them. So that's, potential for new ways of financing conservation. The assessments themselves could assist sites to self-analyze and identify their strengths and weaknesses, promoting robustness. And we definitely think they could be used to build more resilient, integrated, and connected landscapes to address environmental issues. Right, and that's it.
Thank you, Romy. I hope there's lots of questions for her.
So we're very proud to be a green OECM, but I wondered if there are examples across the world where OECM kind of status has been used to kind of leverage, I don't know, in resources or really add to the conservation effort, because we have the recognition which we're proud of, but I'm wondering how it can be used as an incentive to other land users who may be potentially qualified, but they may just need some adaptations that benefit biodiversity if they became an OECM.
Thanks, Wayne. So I don't think, not that I know of yet anyway, but this is a really, really new space and a lot of countries are grappling with it. So this study was the first study done in South Africa to even try and unpack what an OECM would look like. Canada and a few other countries have done quite a lot, kind of similar studies. The trick is we are now kind of, the community of practice is really trying to push this now into government and policy. So once it's clearer on if government agree that these are the criteria, you go through the system, you assess yourself and you qualify, it'll then be easier to try and leverage support, whether it's financial or whatever against it. But at the moment, we're kind of so the IECN actually this week have just generated a tool that built on this for assessing sites. So I think once at kind of national government level it's recognized what you need to do to qualify, then I definitely think there'll hopefully be spin-offs to try and incentivize sites who qualify, once there's a bit more of a formal structure to it.
So I know that it's 30% of the whole world is supposed to be protected by 2030, but how does South Africa decide how much they want to protect?
So the way I understand it is that all the signatory countries need to try and work to protect 30% of their land area, because if every country across the world strives for 30%, then that would equate to 30% globally. So that's kind of the target. But I think there's a mixed bag. A lot of people say there's no way we're ever going to make the 30%. Others are more optimistic. I don't know. South Africa's they've signed on to the 30 by 30, so that's the ultimate goal. But yeah, we're going to work on it. There's a big push at the moment, a big collaboration of NGOs trying to help government to reach this target. Yeah, and we'll see. But government has got very, you can't just go and declare a protected area anywhere. There are specific criteria that need to be ticked, and it needs to be in biodiverse areas and things like that. So, and they've mapped, the whole country's been mapped in terms of protected area expansion strategy, so the areas they're prioritizing for protection. It's obviously just complicated because it's different landowners, not everyone's willing, those kinds of things.
Rami, one of your initial slides showed the vision for the corridors, which is obviously a very exciting vision. But in your view, what needs to change to make that vision a reality?
It's a good question. So the way we visualize this corridor is that it's going to be a matrix probably of different land uses. So obviously on the one extreme we've got formal protected areas, and we're working a lot with landowners where that makes sense and where that would work in the corridor. But there's obviously, some of that corridor along the Blader is in the commercial farming sector, for example. And that's where maybe things like these OECMs could come into play, where we have agreements with farmers where they agree to protect the river corridors. And then, like Wayne said, we can hopefully build in incentives. So whether that's working with kind of the global gap or that kind of thing to incentivize farmers to get on board. It's tricky. A lot needs to change, and different areas, the strategy is going to have to be different. We're kind of like slowly eating an elephant one bite at a time, targeting areas where landowners are willing and active at the moment. And then hopefully as this kind of OECM space develops and there's more opportunity to get landowners involved and incentivize them in ways, that'll open doors to try other mechanisms.
So I just wanted to add on to the answer to the question that he asked about achieving the 30%, that one, it's looking at both inland and coastal marine areas as well, so it's not only that. And then one of the biggest issues with the CBD is whatever you agree on is a target, but there is no penalty for not achieving that. So globally, South Africa can push 17% of that, and another country can just do 1% and others just do none. So there is no really strict follow-ups or penalties to that, whether you reach or not. It is just actually an act of good faith.
Bit of devil's advocate here. The Minister of Education was proud to say that every year more and more people pass matric, not mentioning that the pass rate gets dropped every year. Are we not fooling ourselves by saying all they need is a management plan and suddenly they qualify? Are we actually protecting more land?
So that is one of the challenges, and that's why OECMs have kind of taken so long to launch, is because that issue of effective in situ conservation, number 5, we have to somehow tick that box. So we have to show that a site is contributing, and we somehow have to monitor that site going forward to show that it's still contributing, and therefore in the future when we're reporting how we monitor that. And it's obviously, I mean, we know the department don't have the resources to send teams and teams of people out to every site every year to check that they're still complying. So that is kind of one of the big stumbling blocks that everyone's trying to figure out now at the moment, is how you can measure that effectiveness. And I think there, again, it might depend on different mechanisms, different land use types, like remote sensing, I think could be used in a lot of areas for broad indications of where land's being degraded. I think that's also where things like those certification schemes I was talking about could maybe come in, where the sector helps to self-regulate itself, kind of thing. But that is one of the big kind of challenges that the community of practice is grappling with, is how would you do that? And because there's such a huge range of sites, the way you monitor them, would potentially be different across the board.
Thanks so much, Romy, and well done. Donovan, it's your turn.
Hi everybody, my name is Donovan Tai. I'm just presenting this on behalf of colleagues at Organisation for Tropical Studies based in Kruger. And this is a project that's been developed the last few years, which is overall aimed at assessing biodiversity and disease vectors in the areas, but also as a training platform for undergraduate and graduate students, both from South Africa and neighbouring countries and abroad. So the project is primarily based in this interface where we all very familiar with between wildlife, livestock and humans, the Bushbuckridge municipality area, as well as within the protected areas neighbouring. It is, as we know, a relatively dynamic environment with altered disturbance regimes. The effects of these altered disturbance regimes and different land use types has had various and variable effects on land use and biodiversity. But also from a One Health perspective, as we've heard, it's a really interesting area, as within this interface, pathogens can move bidirectionally between humans, domestic species, as well as wildlife. So a very interesting area to set up this type of work. And it was established across a gradient of different land use types from protected conservation areas, which have been protected for 100 years plus within Kruger National Park. Also incorporating some of these boundary areas and edge effects, buffer zones, rangelands, as well as some of these peri-urban or close to village areas, which Wayne introduced briefly now. But overall set up with the idea of trying to establish what some of the impacts on biodiversity might be. It's a long-term monitoring program. This is still very early days, and we'll be reporting just some preliminary findings from the work. In terms of the sites and the methods, we've got a range of different, the sites can be set up from Kruger National Park going out, in the sort of Bobeni region, which is considered the wild, or the sort of more interior protected area sites, going to these boundary regions, which might see much more of this interaction between species, both travelling both inside and outside protected areas, rangeland sites just outside Distrista, and sites these using existing vegetation monitoring sites on these close to village areas, a bit further within the Bushbuckridge area. At these sites we've been carrying out some biodiversity surveys, everything from vegetation monitoring, both structure and composition, and then of a range of small vertebrate work, birds, bats, and also more recently introducing some bioacoustic work into more passive sampling methods. 2022 we started looking at some carbon stocks for the region. Results are still at the lab, so we won't be reporting on that work just yet. but also incorporates some vector monitoring, but this is done on an annual basis, so particularly focused on ticks and rodents in the area, looking at abundances and composition changes across these different land uses, as well as some parasite monitoring, which got started this year, some pilot work looking at both ectoparasites on rodents, trying to get just to a morpho ID for now, as well as some hemoparasites using blood spots and FDA cards. Some key results to date. I'll just try to give a brief overview of some of the different aspects of the project. As a training platform, it's been a really interesting and sort of new approach for us. We've typically focused in protected areas as a training platform, but working across these different land use types is really a nice way for students to engage in a whole range of different conservation approaches. To date, over 50 students have used this project as a platform for both undergraduate and graduate studies, coming from about 20 different sending institutions. Biodiversity results, I was looking at Wayne's work in terms of what he was finding, and we're finding quite similar patterns, although very much at an early stage. Overall, lower biomass within the KMP, low wooded biomass, that is, but much higher grass biomass, but more big trees, fewer big trees out in these communal lands, both in rangelands and in close to village areas. Small vertebrates, not the changes in diversity that we might have expected. Overall diversity patterns are quite similar, but we are seeing some pretty strong compositional shifts, especially with bird communities. And rodents, what we're seeing is higher abundances outside the protected areas, but overall in terms of diversity quite similar. And we're seeing a drop-off in any of these sites that would have really high utilization and have loss of cover, then you'll start seeing drop-off in rodents. Disease vectors, still pretty preliminary and quite variable. We've noticed from year to year. One of the patterns we have noticed is quite high tick abundances in these sites that are associated with close village areas, and as well as sites that have high utilization within the park. These boundary sites, which really obviously are influenced by the river in this part of the world, have a lot of utilization, especially from grazers, and we're seeing higher tick loads in there. But as I mentioned, quite a variable from year to year and season to season in terms of these loads. Rodents, definitely higher abundances in the rangelands, as I mentioned, especially those sites with close to village. We've seen the highest abundances in terms of captures. And then in terms of the hemoparasites, what we're finding to date, it's still very much a pilot work, just trying out different methods with what works both as a training method for students who may not be experienced to many of these techniques, as well as something that can be used for long-term monitoring. Out of the work done from this recent season, so this is June and July this year, of the sample size of roughly just 50, 55, I think somewhere around there, about 20% of the mastomus which were sampled, which we focus purely on mastomus positives for hemotropic mycoplasmas. And those were primarily found from individuals sampled within the wild sites, so essentially the sites are deeper within the conservation area within Kruger National Park, and lower loads in individuals further. And one of the key, although this is still quite a new method when it comes to parasite. Future directions for this work, we definitely would like to try and refine some of the field methods to make them useful for as I mentioned, it's a mix of, we just got to find a balance between something that's produced as well. Taught to Lisa was really interested in investigating these hemoparasite transmission routes, whether or not these are transmitted through direct or indirect using some of the much longer term monitoring of these sites with birds and bats or any vocalizing species. And we also would like to incorporate that as a training module for the program. So I think that's it. So I'd just like to thank everybody who's been involved in the establishment and execution of this program over the last while. As I said, it's not just a research program, but also a training platform for students in the region. So just a thank you to everybody who's been involved.
Thank you so much, Donovan. Questions? Where's all the scientists amongst us? Good. I thought you would.
Thank you so much. It's a very interesting talk. You said you're focusing on ticks and also capturing rodents. What species did you find, and what's the most common species for the rodents and for the ticks?
For rodents, definitely Maximus, similar to, especially in the ranges and sites, and Ethymus, also extremely common outside. Within the park, we've got quite a few gerbilis, but also dominating on those plots. Okay. Sarcostomus, yeah, variable by plots and by sites, depending on the habitat. Okay. Ticks, I always generally forget. Rhizophilus.
Rhizophilus.
That's right. And here we go. It's very blurry. Amphibial, if you could translate.
Amblyoma.
There we go. Amblyoma. Sorry, this side of things is definitely not my field. But those are, in terms of the abundance, have been the most.
Okay. And you also say that you are focusing on ticks. Why? And what about the other ectoparasites? Myself, I'm a flea fan, so what about the fleas? Why not the fleas?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. We started off, with ticks as something that we knew that was achievable in terms of a monitoring technique that can be replicated from season to season. The other taxonomic groups is something that we, in terms of developing methods that are repeatable, is something we need to get a better handle of, but I agree that it's definitely something that should be considered. We gave it a go at looking at ectoparasite loads on live caught individuals this season. And I think it's definitely achievable as a method. Quite a lot of variation in how effective you actually sample an animal based on the different species and the different behaviors at the time. But I do think that what we need to do now is start resolving what we have collected so far to a species level, and then working from that, based on that, what we think is actually an achievable, repeatable sampling method for those different groups. But
definitely, I need your email and where you stay.
Yeah, thank you. It'll be great to get your input.
Thank you so much.
Now, I like to do the unusual, so I'm going to, before Wayne's next session, I'm going to ask Louise to tell you about a little bit of a conversation on why talk is important, that we have inspired.
Golly, I thought you meant I must talk about the ticks. This is very important, but I'm not sure I could say much more on that. Okay, so Wayne's going to talk a little bit about research, social research ethics. Is that what you mean? Okay, so I'm sure Wayne's going to talk about that, but I think that it just sort of came up as in some of our discussions this week that we thought it would be quite useful to reflect a little bit on the types of ways in which we do research in some of these areas when you're doing research with people. It's quite different to measuring trees and stuff. And it obviously, and there can be a lot of negative impacts from doing it not so well. So, you know, just the sort of, just to conscientize everyone on some of the ethics around doing research in some of the community areas.
Thank you. Here we go, Wayne.
Me again. But it's the last talk of the afternoon, so we're nearly there, folks. But I thought, I was really grateful for Louise asking if we were going to have a talk on research ethics, which I hadn't planned on. And it's actually, we had one talk dropping out and it opened a slot for us, and I'm really grateful for the prompting, because I think it is an important point. Over the last 50 years, globally, there's been increasing emphasis placed on the need for research ethics, and obviously started in the medical field, extended to the social sciences. And now there are recognized guidelines, global guidelines for conducting ethical research. So informed consent, participation needs to be voluntary, do no harm. And now it's standard practice that any researcher researching from an institution such as a university has to have their research certified through an ethics review committee before they can go and do their research. And so, it's, you know, in some respects, ethical research is woven into the design of doing social research in terms of the administration of doing research. But it doesn't get to the point of guiding principles that are relevant to the local context. It's almost a tick box that one has to fill to make sure that you can get permission to go ahead with your research. We're going to age ourselves here, Louise, but in 2009, Louise and I and a number of other colleagues were part of a process that looked at guidelines for negotiating research in communities adjacent to protected areas here in the greater Kruger area. There was an initiative called TAPARI, which was Transboundary Protected Area Research Initiative. And the point is, these kind of global rules or guidelines don't take into cognizance the local context and don't give the voice to the communities. So we know as researchers what our requirements are to be able to go to do research in the communities, but what do communities know? Oh, sorry, I think the batteries are going on. Is the other mic around? So do the communities know what their rights are? Do they understand the process? And to what extent are they involved in negotiations between the researcher and the community in terms of conducting ethical research, rather than us just going through the right procedures to get the permission and then conducting the research, and the community just simply being the passive participants? This is about empowering communities to be equal partners in research and having the agency to kind of negotiate the terms on which they participate in research. And so the purpose of this process was to assist local people and social researchers to negotiate equitable research agreements. And this originated over a 3-year process of consultation and discussion and exchange between social researchers and local people in communities along the boundary of the Kruger Park, and came up with a really nice booklet of principles and guidelines for researchers, for communities, for institutions, and then more generally even for funders. That takes into cognizance local people's perspectives and their experiences. And I'm going to just share some of what came out of that. Unfortunately, I don't have any more English copies of the actual booklet, but I can email you the PDF. But at the back there are piles of Tsonga and Sutu or Sepedi versions of the booklet, which community members are welcome to take with them. And I'm happy to email you the English PDF if you like. Unfortunately, due to time, I'm only going to be able to just flash up bullet lists, but each one of these are fleshed out in the booklet. So the key principles, guiding principles, are respect. And importantly, that's not captured in the global kind of guidelines in the South African context, is the historical context that you need to be aware of as a researcher, where people have been dispossessed of land, maybe have been moved off land for conservation, obviously inequitable access to resources, and one needs to be sensitive to that historical context. Then the notion of reciprocity, mutual benefit and equitable sharing, so that research is not just extractive. fair process, which includes transparency and equity in terms of the process you undergo in terms of negotiating the terms of agreement for engaging in the research. Recognizing diversity within communities and differential needs and objectives, and negotiating that in a way that takes cognizance of that heterogeneity within communities. Communication and due acknowledgement. So what happens after the research? How is that research communicated back to communities in ways that is useful and meaningful to them, and to what extent are they adequately acknowledged as research partners, not just participants? And then also valuing different types of knowledge. And I think this has come through today quite strongly, the importance of indigenous knowledge and recognizing it as a valuable knowledge in itself, and looking at the way that two different knowledge systems can complement each other rather than one just subjugating the other. Then in terms of guidelines for researchers, most ethics guidelines that you would see from ethics committees really just focus on the community data collection. You know, did you get permission, and then did you get informed consent, etc. But the guidelines for researchers are more practical. So thinking about understanding the local context, the local politics, the local cultural protocols, the local history, seek advice from local people so that you get an understanding of the context before you go to do your research. Allocate sufficient time to community entry using the appropriate community entry protocols. Thinking about logistics, the principle of honesty. So often we're so eager to kind of get the support of the community or the community leaders that we sometimes maybe overpromise what our research may deliver, and this is actually unethical. So think about what you're promising and make sure that you can deliver on what you promise. And be aware that you may be raising expectations if you communicate carelessly, and make sure communities understand what they can and can't realistically expect from the research. Then, of course, going into the fieldwork, these are the more standard ethical guidelines of informed consent. People need to give their permission to participate. It needs to be voluntary. You should do no harm, including sort of social or political tensions that may arise from your research if you're not sensitive. So harm could be in many different respects. Once again, the guideline of respect, cultural and social respect. Thinking about how your research can actually contribute to capacity building. When you think of the benefits of research, just involving people in the research gives you an opportunity of imparting skills. And think about how you can do that more consciously and deliberately in your research project. The issue of remuneration needs to be thought through carefully, and you don't take for granted that people are going to give you their time as research assistants voluntarily. We don't necessarily pay people to participate, but if people are going to give their time for a long meeting, make sure that there's adequate ways of making that worth their while in terms of refreshments. But if you're going to use field workers, you need to pay them equitably. And if you're going to stay over in the community, don't just assume that people are going to host you for free. They incur a cost, and so think about contributing towards buying the groceries or whatever it may be. So this is not rocket science, but it's all about ingraining respect in the way you approach research and regarding local people as research partners, not just participants. And then, of course, exiting the community in terms of communicating back to the leadership and the community that you've completed your research, advising them as to what the process will be going forward in your write-up process, and feeding back that information. And they give really good tips and guidelines for feeding back in ways that are appropriate. Emailing the Induna a PDF of your master's is probably not an appropriate way of feeding back the research findings. They advise kind of face-to-face meetings and discussions as an appropriate format, for example. Then there are also guidelines for communities, and this is the real strength of this document, I think. Recognizing that communities need to have agency in this process. They need to know what their rights and responsibilities are if they choose to be participants in research. And the basis of this is to enable them to kind of negotiate and be empowered to be active participants in the research. They need to be empowered to kind of negotiate around payment, especially as research assistants. They need to be able to have access to outcomes of the research And that's not just feeding back what you found, but also thinking about how this research findings could be used to leverage change, and for example, using it for motivating for certain support from government or whatever it may be. And they even advise the communities perhaps think about creating some kind of a repository within the community where maybe as traditional authority officers where research output, summaries of research, very simple reports of the research can be documented and collated and kept in one place for people to refer to back the research. And all of these are fleshed out in a lot of detail. And then they also provide some general guidelines, thinking about legitimacy, thorny issues around nepotism, data interpretation, and this speaks to a bit of what we've been doing today, inviting researchers to engage with community members to reflect on the data and get their interpretation of the results so that you get a more rich and nuanced understanding of your own data and valuing local people's interpretation of the data that you present to them. So it's not just about feeding back information, but about a conversation about your research results, a two-way exchange of ideas and information. And then some more general thoughts on benefits. So I've just whizzed through a checklist of things to think about, but this just gives you a taste of what is in the document that I think is worth everybody here reading through. And as I said, the Tsonga and Sotho versions are at the back there, and I'm happy to give you a copy of the English version. And I think it's well worth every researcher and every community member who's involved in or interested in being involved in research to go through the document and be empowered through the process. And I think all of us need to think about how we can improve. So we might get our ethics certificate from the university to go ahead with our research. But how are we taking cognizance of all of these factors, and are we really doing the best we can to find ways of benefiting through community empowerment, capacity building, etc. And are we really treating local communities as research partners and changing the way we think about the role of community members in a research process? So hopefully that's been an appropriate way to end today's talk, today's symposium. And I'm going to hand now to, well, I don't think are there any questions? I don't know if we field any questions. Any questions? Oh, so there are two, you two and Peter.
Thank you so much, Wayne. And like some of these things that you're talking about now, I learned from you through your course and the significance of it. And we are working in a space where I'm doing not necessarily research, but there is a level of data collection that happens within the NGO sector in terms of understanding our landscape and engaging with our communities. And from a university institutional standpoint, these guidelines are very, very, very important. Sometimes projects cannot go forward if they don't adhere to these ethics. I don't know if, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, other people from NGOs, are there the standards of this rigorous and robust standards for NGO community engagement, where there is accountability from NGOs in the way that they engage with communities and in their project implementation processes, so that beneficiation is ensured, and also respect again. I mean, we do certain things that are comply to certain like ethical standards, but is there like a board for NGOs where NGOs are held accountable as NGOs through these kind of guidelines that they have to adhere to, or it's just only for research?
I think I stand under correction, but I don't think there is a board or any sort of regulatory mechanism for the NGO sector. I think in the scientific sector it's around you can't publish these days unless your research you can demonstrate that your research was done ethically, and of course that's because of misconduct in the past, especially in the medical field, in some of the kind of experiments that were done on people in the 50s and the 60s, and so that's where the kind of regulation came. I think it's a bit of a different set up for the NGO sector. So I think maybe these kind of guidelines could be encouraged. You can't, I suppose you can't necessarily enforce it with the NGO sector, but you could certainly, we could, as a collective here, encourage NGOs operating in the region to kind of use this as a guideline and getting people to agree to a basic set of standards for the research that they do as NGOs in the area.
So also a little bit on the research side, the ethics that is there, and she also spoke about a lot of work done maybe in one area, NGOs versus research. Lately, working on certain projects, you hear the term research fatigue in communities. So what can institutions do to minimize research fatigue in communities? And how do you work together to prevent this?
Yeah, it's an important question, and it's not an easy one to answer. I mean, I think if communities see the benefit and the value of the research, they are more likely to kind of be long-term partners in the research. So, for example, in the Agincourt site, we've been doing the annual census for over 30 years, and we have, I think, like a 5% turn down rate. But there's an active community feedback process every year. Communities are really involved in the feedback process, and that doesn't mean that all of that research is directly beneficial to the community, but the community are certainly benefiting from the flow of information. But I think it all just comes down to if you're treating the communities as partners, is giving them a voice, because I think when communities talk about research fatigue, it's because they've just been asked questions and having sometimes the same type of questions asked by different researchers. So there's also an issue of poor communication between researchers and coordination. So that's another whole topic that maybe we can is being addressed by us, just learning what we are doing as a research community, so we don't go asking the same community our same questions but from different studies. So I think better coordination of the research, and then just giving communities more of a voice in the research process, and this is where the kind of negotiation rather than just getting permission comes into play. I don't think I've answered your question very well, Peter, but I think it's something for us to all think about. Okay, I think everybody's tired. It's been a long day. But I'm now going to hand over to Tony to give the final concluding remarks to end off the day.
Thanks, Wayne. Well, I have some bad news to end off. But before I share that, let me just acknowledge and thank Wayne for making today happen. Since we first discussed this idea, Wayne's really been the driving force and done a lot of the work, putting the program together, inviting people, and also arranging that WITS University paid for this venue and the food, so it was done at no cost for us. So thanks very much, Wayne. And secondly, thanks to the K2C team, who are also very involved in putting this together, particularly Moritinka and Romy, who did a lot of the work as well, a lot of the arranging and the communication. I myself did very little to make this happen, and that's why I'm stuck doing the wrap-up. So that's my first bad news. The other bad news is that I've had lots of thoughts during the day, and I've been noting them down. And as a scientist, I love to classify and quantify and make little graphs and compare things statistically. And so I've been categorizing all these talks. So the good news is I didn't actually make any graphs, and I'm not going to show anything like that, but I am going to subject you to some of the thoughts, and you're all obliged to sit and listen before you're allowed to go. So yeah, we were very curious about how this day would work out, because as Wayne said, we haven't really done something like this before, even though we've often spoken about it and recognized the need for it for a long time. Something that stood out for me today was that we actually have two different groups of people, and this is not aligned to researcher or non-researcher, but more those whose sort of starting point is nature conservation, and then they're doing something outside a protected area because they recognize that what's good for the people out there is good for nature. And then there are the others whose primary starting point is the people themselves, so people interested in, say, agriculture or health. So they're two different viewpoints, but essentially doing very similar work and both wanting to uplift people in rural areas. So nice to have two different groups like that together, and there's obviously a lot of potential for knowledge exchange and win-win collaboration, because it's essentially doing a lot of the same thing. Another thing that stood out was that there wasn't too much talk about holistic approaches. So all the different groups have generally identified a specific problem, and they're working on that specific problem. But no one or no research program is looking at, say, one village or group of village and saying, what are all the issues here? And what's the relative importance of these different issues for the different groups of people in that area? We tend to focus just on one particular problem. There was some mention of more holistic approaches in a couple of the talks and of One Health. But even in One Health, it's often just focused on disease and not the full range of issues. We also didn't get maybe as many people from traditional authorities and other implementing agencies, maybe government departments or local municipality, as we thought we might. That's not entirely surprising, though. This is probably not the right way or the most efficient way for scientists to engage. It's probably better for us to go to the traditional authority or to the agencies rather than host a central event and expect them to come here. But that's always been a topic of interest, and we need to talk to people about how to do that better still, I think. So what we did get a lot of here that I also wasn't expecting is a lot of people from the NGO world and the CBO world. And it's actually been a nice opportunity for researchers and NGO people to sit together and talk and see the commonalities. And it's quite interesting, because if you're working for an NGO, I think essentially there's a three-step process. You identify some problem, you come up with a solution, and you implement that solution. And you do all those three steps. Whereas the scientists are generally only at one step. So you identify the problem, then the scientists say, whoa, wait, how do you know that's the problem? We need to do research on that. We need to check with people, and we need to understand the problem, and we need to understand the causes before you go any further. So a lot of scientists are only at step one, and they don't get beyond step one. And a lot of the scientist talks are just about problems, and not just here, I mean in science in general. Some scientists do get to step two, but then the brakes go on again. So that's find a solution, and the scientists say, whoa, how do you know that solution's going to work? We need to trial it. We need to test it and do a study on it. And so they very rarely get to the implementation stage, although they are obviously interested in it ultimately. So the NGOs don't have the luxury of doing the rigorous scientific work at each of those steps, because their funders want them to get results, and they want to get results in a reasonable time frame. The scientists, on the other hand, don't have the luxury of going all the way to implementation, because they have to do high quality research in order to get their papers published and their degree and their place in academia. So it's very rare for scientists and NGOs to actually work together on the same project. It's just not practically feasible. But it doesn't mean they can't work together, because the scientists obviously have a lot of knowledge from other research that's been done that could be helpful to the NGOs. And a lot of what the NGOs do can inform future research and spark the ideas. And in that regard, a final point is that a lot of these issues we've been talking about today aren't only happening in Bushbuckridge, they're also happening in KZN or the Eastern Cape or Zimbabwe or India or Brazil. So there's a wealth of research going on throughout the world that's really relevant to the very same challenges here. And I think in future we could look to trying to get researchers and scientists from other parts of the world to share what they've been doing, and that can spark ideas for solutions here and on the viability of those solutions. All right, thanks. I think that is my final point. So well done. Thank you very much for making it through a full day. You've made it to 4 o'clock on a Friday. I think we certainly hope to do this again. And thanks very much to all the presenters as well as the audience and all the questions. And safe travels.